Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Chairman, we have 2 members present upon roll call and 4 members not entering roll call. Chairman?
Shadid, this is Delegate Cruddy. I'm on the line. I apologize. I was muted on my end.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Chairman, we have 3 members entering roll call and 3 members not entering roll call. Chairman?
Gashina, for that roll call. We do have 3 members, so we still don't have a quorum. Let's wait for a little longer. Thank you.
Delegate Yellowhair, present.
Chair Henio, we do have a quorum now. Cecilia, I think, oh, okay. We've got 5 members present according to the screen that's for Zoom. We have 5 members present, Chair. We have quorum now.
Ramona, if you would do another roll call, please, for the record.
Yes, Chairman. Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Honorable Jamie Kenyo.
Madam President.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Kenyo is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Present. Good morning.
Honorable. Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is present. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Chairman, we have 3 members entering roll call and 3 members not entering roll call. Chairman?
Kashina, thank you for that roll call. We'll continue to wait.
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I have some technical issues. Are we waiting for quorum?
Good morning, Shadeja, yes. Chair Hinio did ask for a roll call twice. And so we're waiting for him to roll call again. So I'm glad you're on the call now. Thank you. Chair Hinio, we have 4 now.
Okay, let's do a roll call, third time for the record. Ramona,
Sure, Chairman Hinyo, roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Oversight Budget Hearing, July 28, 2022. Jamie Hinyo.
President,
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Hinyo is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair is present.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is present. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty. I'm on the line. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Chairman, we have 4 members upon roll call and 2 members not entering roll call. Chairman?
thank you for the roll call. We do have 4 members answering roll call, so we do have a quorum for the record. It is 10:14 a.m. and we'll call the Budget Oversight meetings for the Budget and Finance Committee to order. It is Thursday, July 28, 2022. And so with this, we'll move forward on our proposed agenda. And a invocation. Citizen Jimmy Yellowhair. Citizen
Oh, Abiga, I think sort of the hair start is going to be cornered. Cornered national and Budget Finance Committee did not turn for the Nation Council. Could be best about it in the cross car. You has been on October 1st day on it. It was Navajo governor earlier Washington. He Washington, the never Washington. It could best give on it. It is either general aid or Nico. Not the candidate either when he caught the star here 20 Jonan plan can't ask 20 so and can't ask 20 at all. In general, can't make out or your hair should try and also you must sometimes change in the plans are related to either, but later with a better engineer, not a critical engineer at all. And us lean to this island, the Navajo Nation battle the hero in general, equator. But you're not anybody in it. Just try to put down the honor the art for learning to the I think the best bit on it, done a budget balance that day. It does when you can't deal with us was all so could I insist this in the genre the could have changed that for not of this everything. So I'd like to ask God, thank you, Lord, for everything today for based on that agenda is coming for us and try to genre the could Audit also the other not correctly. Could it? It's a generously. Amen.
She can indeed many be no Johnny. The China coin The Budget and Finance Committee for the next 2 days. So even at the code agenda ni so but recognizing guests and visiting officials. Budget and Finance Committee members calling the heights. Although we have our staff Kodoshi that is so even at between the Tahatis in DPNBS and Budget and Finance Vice Chair Smith.
Oh, yeah, they've been chair. Budget Finance Committee members. I don't know, last week, yeah, they've been other staff on the Shenandoah Shada, the Kana, in the Holani. Okay, you have Raymond Smith Jr., that's Janito, Budget and Finance Committee member, Vice Chair, that's Janito, the Ninch Linge, you had the Better Zendo, Kilachini, Bush's Sheen, Wanagahi, that's Shado, not Siders, and then. You had Tradashagi, you had Sasano, my Todo, Kintilo, say Todo, and had that zeal without Chikadovni. Had a Mahon Shadow, head on chair.
Thank you, Shikana, Kodoshan, Vice Chair Smith. I don't know, so Delegate Jimmy here.
Yes, the left chairman, any of the die in the vice chairman, to Mr. Honorable Smith to here. She could also need to say that Jimmy Elvins, yeah. I don't necessarily talk on the top train was chained to it seems that it was got so. Then on none way, she does it up on a shy, could Jim had it on the could force later. Opinion to Cooper Wells or Hot. Once I say that, thank you very much, to the chairman.
I cannot Delegate Jimmy here. I also Delegate Amber Kanazbakari.
Yate, CS Chairman Henyo, committee members, those on the call here, yes, for your prayer. Say Kia Ani Nisla, the Vilagana Viking people, Basashin, Destiny, this should say the Vilagana Irish people, the Sinala. Say Amber, Kanas Wakrati, Tohasoy Ben Shah. I represent the 7 beautiful communities of Sheep Springs, Torlina, Tigray Hills, Tanasi, Red Valley, Cove, Gadiai, and the Clabato. On the Budget and Finance, I represent Northern Agency, but we do the work for all of our Navajo people here at home, living in our urban areas, and our military and professional families abroad. You're not forgotten, and so we hope with this budget reflects the priorities of our nation. Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Oh yeah, they can't been yeah they been ado here Craigie Senate Zini ado Budget and Finance Committee members yeah ado Shema Peggy ado Sitsu Ramona and from speaker staff also yeah they've been ado Craigie Nijono Hana ado Sasigo ya Ken Dahatin Johnny Koho Ashi Kodoti Peso Bikiyat Kigi budget hearing Joshi that these links though I know a lot of work has gone into many of the budgets, but I'm sure we will always find improvements also. Eshi Hajo Ben Dave Nistole. So again I'm calling from the Danahot Southern from the cornfields. So I am here Ado Denesha is Niligaya Chilchimbi Tohahot Sodo Danahot Tohahot Sodo Twidanesh Untitled Chapter in Untitled Township. Oh, it's a beautiful day from here, and actually, nothing that yeah, so
Kashikela, Shanata, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Shanata, Delegate Elmer PVG. Delegate Elmer PVG. Kashina, so she the budget finance that in Chida Dallas in Shea, Jamie Hinio, she did the Shijana, Ado, Hashlish in Shlom. Pulicini, but she's chained to get Lini should say that at organizationally that echo. Ado a Yakulot Chindo in Asha. Ado deep Bishmas Ane Kudo. But Hadashagi a yard, Lachnedo, Tojile, do Tiso. Ado even not a the budget finance committee, a chair. Should not she get the new Kudo AD be sure look at these committee meetings again. At Kosovo, the Nacheo, Nichi Sido. Ado Kodoya, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Vishbahas, Anisha de Isa. She next couple of months to Hadloya. This week, all the committees, oversight committee budget hearings are not called. So, even just like they're all busy. So let's move forward to the Navajo Nation Executive Branch. President, Officer, President, Vice President. Is there a representative listening in on our call today?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Leonard Sosi with OPVP.
Welcome to the Budget Finance Committee meeting, the oversight hearings. Ado Kodoya Navajo Nation Judicial Branch, Office of Madam Chief Justice Joanne J.
Yate Shinanta, Mr. Chairman, auto members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Stephen Ed City, Administrative Director of the Courts for the Judicial Branch. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Ed City. Good to hear you. Kela. Thank you for joining our call. The Office of Speaker Seth Damon, Shinanta Kodoba, Legislative Branch. Is there a representative?
Good morning, Chair. Yat Bennett, committee members. This is Donovan from Speaker's Office.
Good morning, Donovan. Good morning. Thank you for being with us this morning. Although, let's move forward. Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Good morning, Chair Henio. This is Doreen McPaul. I also have Deputy Attorney General Dutcher with me, and Barbara Kelvin from DOJ is also on the line, as well as Mr. Mel Rodas.
Thank you. Madam AG, Attorney General, Ms. McFall, and your staff, thank you. Ado, Office of Legislative Counsel, Cha.
This is Lurleen Tapahi with OLC. Good morning, everyone, and pleased to be part of this discussion today.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for being with us this morning. And with that, let's move towards Office of Management and Budget. Office of Management.
Good morning.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning. This is Celino, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB. And Ms. Ancita Largo is on the line, and GS should be on the line as well.
Thank you for joining our call, as we'll be relying on your office to present, help us along with the budget hearings. Again, thank you so much. With that, let's move forward to the first one on our agenda. Let's we have the agenda before us, Kodo, and let's move towards the agenda. Review the agenda. So Peggy, if you would review the agenda for the record.
Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee and everyone that's on the Zoom call. This is the proposed agenda of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Thursday, July 28, 2022, Friday, July 29, 2022. It's the Oversight Budget Hearing, 8:30 each day. Presiding is Jamie Hinio, Chairperson, Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson, placed via teleconference, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call the budget hearing to order. The roll call, the invocation announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review the agenda. 4, review the hearing guidelines presented by the legislative advisor. 5, oversight budget hearing. A is the Office of the Controller, legislation number 0142-22, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Office of the Controller and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2023 comprehensive budget. And that's sponsored by Jamie Hinio and Seth A. Damon, council delegates. 1, OMB budget and performance summary reports. 2 is the controller's budget overview. And A, Office of the Controller. B, Purchasing Department. C, Property Management Department. D, Office Supply Center Proprietary Fund. E, Credit Services Department Proprietary Funds. I, Home Loan Program. Double I, Personal Loan Program. F, Office of the Controller, Special Revenue Funds. 1 is Navajo Nation Permanent Fund. 2 is Judicial Public Safety Facilities Project. 3 is investment fees. And then 4, Finance Accounting Scholarship Program. 3, Budget and Finance Committee discussion / action. B, fixed cost legislation number 0144-22, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2023 budget for fixed cost, sponsored by Jamie Hinio, council delegate. 1, OMB budget and performance summary reports. 2, judicial branch. First bullet is Navajo Nation Justice Information Sharing System. 3, Department of Justice Attorney General, fixed cost litigation, Hopi partition land rental. 4, Division of Human Resources Retirement Office, retirement plan account. 5, Office of Management and Budget, indirect cost plan. 6, Office of the Controller. A is annual audit. B, investment fees. C, FMIS maintenance services. 7, Division of General Services. 1 is, or A is insurance premiums. B, utilities. C, telecommunications. D, radio communications. E, facilities maintenance. F, information technology. G, Division of Natural Resources, NGS transmissions costs. And then H is Division of Community Development Chapter official stipends. And I do have, let's see, okay. I have G is the Division of Natural Resources, NGS transmission costs. H is Division of Community Development Chapter office stipends. I is the office rental, ONTC, that's the Tax Commission office. J is office rental for NNHRC, the Human Resource, I believe it is. And then K, office rental Navajo, Utah Navajo. And then L is office rental for DED, Division of Economic Development. M is the BFC discussion action. C, Office of the Tax Commission, legislation number 0118-22, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2023 comprehensive budget, sponsored by Jamie Hinio and Nathaniel Brown, council delegates. 1, OMB budget and performance summary reports. 2, Director's Budget Overview. 3, BFC Discussion Action. D, Division of Human Resources, legislation number 0139-22, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Division of Human Resources, Retirement Services, Retirement Funds, and Retirement Plan Administration Committee and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2023 comprehensive budget, sponsored by Jamie Hinio and Nathaniel Brown. Council delegates. 1 is OMB budget and performance summary reports. 2, retirement funds. 3, retirement services. 4, retirement plan administration committee, and then 5 is BFC discussion action. And then we'll take a recess after that. And then tomorrow is the continuation of oversight budget hearing, July 29, 2022, 8:30 a.m. Presiding is Jamie Hinio, Chairperson, Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson, placed via teleconference, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. 6, call a budget hearing to order, the roll call announcement. 7, recognize guests and visiting officials. A, Office of the Auditor General, legislation number 0122-22, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Office of the Auditor General and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2023 comprehensive budget, sponsored by Jamie Hinio and Nathaniel Brown. Council delegates. 1 is OMB budget and performance summary reports. 2, Director's Budget Overview. 3, BFC Discussion Action. B, Division of General Services, legislation number 0141, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2023 budget for the General Services Division, Insurances Services Department, Risk Management / Safety, Loss Control, employee benefits, workers' compensation, and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2023 comprehensive budget, sponsored by Jamie Hinio and Seth A. Damon. Council delegates. 1, OMB budget and performance summary reports. 2, Insurance Services Department. 3, Risk Management, Safety, Loss Control. 4, Employee Benefits. 5, Workers' Compensation Program. 6, BFC Discussion Action. C, Office of Management and Budget, legislation number 0132-22, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Office of Management and Budget and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's fiscal year 2023 comprehensive budget, sponsored by Amber Kennesbaugh Crotty and Nathaniel Brown. Council delegates. 1, OMB budget and performance summary reports. 2, Director's Budget Overview. 3, BFC discussion / action. 8, revisits final recommendations. 9 is adjournment. Mr. Chair.
Krishna, thank you, Peggy, for that reading of the agenda into the record. With this, is there a motion, Shananta, Budget and Finance Committee?
Delegate Yellowhair motion.
Okay, Shananta, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair motion, second by
Delegate Brown, second.
Delegate Brown, Shananta. Good, so we do have a motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So any questions, comments on the agenda?
Can we do a consent?
I'm sorry, I don't think we'd be able to do that, Shananta. But I'll leave it up to you, Shananta, Vice Chair Smith.
Oh, just look at the cheat. I'm just asking that question. Thank you.
I was like, okay, I guess you Shananta, Vice Chair Smith. Was that any other questions or comments? Yeah. We'll call for the question to accept the agenda as read. Except for one question I have, Peggy. Out of the legislations on the agenda, which ones have gone through the 5-day comment period that is ready for official action?
There is, as far as I have seen, I was reviewing that information. Julissa did send out information on that, but I believe it's the fixed cost legislation 0144-22. It completes the 5-day review by the 31st of this month, is what I understand on that legislation. So my recommendation would be to, instead of calling a special meeting to approve the legislations, to go ahead and I can include them on the agenda for the August 1st meeting. And so that would be the day that the committee can take final action on these legislations, if you choose to do that, Chair and committee.
Thank you for the information. But as we move along with each legislation, remind us as the committee which legislations have completed the 5-day comment period, because our Budget and Finance Committee, if the legislation is still within the 5-day comment, we cannot take action, but we can still hear it though. So with that, we could do a roll call vote. Ramona, to approve the agenda as read.
Yes, Chairman Henio, roll call vote on accepting the agenda. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty.
Crotty,
Yes.
this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green.
What does
Chairman, we have 6 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
6 members, Ramona.
Yes, Chairman, 6 members voting in the
Mr.
affirmative,
Chair,
0 opposing. Chairman not voting.
Ramona, I think the correct number is 5-0.
I'm sorry, it's 5-0. 5 members voting in the affirmative and 0 opposing, and Chairman not voting.
Okay, thank you for that. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. For the record, we do have Delegate Elmer P. Begay on the call with us. So with that, moving forward on our agenda, proposed agenda. Next item on our agenda here is Peggy, our legislative advisor, will be reviewing the hearing guidelines with us. So Peggy, you have the floor.
Okay, Chair Henio, I'm not sure how you want to do this, but we do have the committee rules of order. If you want me to go over those, I can, for the budget hearing, and you have copies of those in your binder. They're the dark green. They're right under tab 1. Okay, so we do also have recommended process for approval of budget legislations by oversight committees, and that's prepared by the Office of Legislative Counsel with the Office of Legislative Services, and it's dated July 1, 2022. I had Ramona put those in your binders as well. So which one, and Laureline can go over that if you want to. Lady Gila, which one do you want me to start with?
The rules, that way it's in the record.
Okay, thank you. The Budget and Finance Committee Rules of Order, and I sent these out to all of the presenters, as many as I could, so please share those with your staff if you need to. Rule 1, the chairperson of the Budget and Finance Committee shall preside over the committee hearing and maintain decorum and order during the committee hearing. The vice chairperson of the Budget and Finance Committee shall preside only in the absence of the chairperson. The Budget and Finance Committee may select one of its members to preside over the hearing by vote to maintain decorum and order over the hearing in the event that the chairperson and vice chairpersons are absent, or if the purpose of the hearing would be better served by appointment of a presiding officer other than the chairperson or vice chairperson. Rule 2, all members of the Budget and Finance Committee shall be permitted to ask questions of presenters during the hearing. At the discretion of the presiding officer, representatives of the Office of Legislative Counsel, the Office of the Attorney General, or the Office of the Auditor General may be permitted to direct questions during the hearing. Rule 3, the formal rules of evidence and court rules of procedure shall not apply to the Budget and Finance Committee budget hearings. The presiding officer may exclude testimony or documents inconsistent to the Budget Instruction and Policies Manual, BPM, or both that are determined by the presiding officer to be irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious. Rule 4, during budget hearings, Office of Management and Budget staff shall read into the record the funding summary for divisions, departments, and programs prior to the commencement of presentation by other witnesses. Rule 5, presenters shall be sworn upon their oath and present their FY 2023 budget. A copy of the oath is attached hereto as Exhibit A. Rule 6, pursuant to 12 NNC Section 840, budget approval, adoption, and certification will be consulting and negotiating with the respective oversight committee chairpersons if any changes are to be made before making final recommendations to the Navajo Nation Council. Rule 7, presentation shall be a maximum of 10 minutes. This period of time may be extended at the discretion of the presiding officer. If there is no limitation on the time which a committee may take in questioning and receiving responses from the witnesses. Rule 8, presenters shall be permitted to submit documents in support of their budget. Such documents shall be properly identified and marked. Rule 9, presentations shall not include matters which are currently in litigation or the grievance process pending before another forum. Rule 10, with regards to the budget hearings, the committee shall issue its recommendations in accordance with current Navajo Nation Budget Instruction and Policies Manual. Rule 11, with regards to budget hearings, the committee shall adopt the fiscal year 2023 comprehensive budget. Rule 12, all hearings shall be open to the public except during such periods as the committee determines that presenters or documents or both are sensitive or confidential in nature. When this occurs, the committee may convene into executive session. Rule 13, the Office of Legislative Counsel shall provide staff to be present at the committee hearing and to provide legal advice and legislative assistance to the committee. Rule 14, the order of business for the budget hearing shall be as follows. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. A, witnesses oath. B, testimony. 1, presentation, branches, divisions, departments, programs, budget reviews, Office of Management and Budget staff. 2 is oversight standing committee, chair, vice chair, or designee. C, BFC recommendations, directives, legislative concerns, conditions of appropriations. And 4 is close of budget hearing, recess, adjournment. So that's the committee's rules of order, Chair.
Thank you for the reading. Legislative Council, Mr. Pahi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak to the issue of the committee formally voting today to approve legislations, whether it's individually or by a consent agenda. The committee can do that today if it desires, but there would have to be no changes to any of the legislations that you want to formally vote to approve today. And the way that OLC has instructed the programs to submit their information is we've told them to submit the exhibit C, D, and E blank because we anticipate that the committee, it's really within the discretion of the committee to add things to those 3 exhibits. So that's what we were anticipating is the committee adding things, and that the exhibits would then be prepared by OLC in cooperation with the program. And then the final version of the legislation would be presented a second time, all ready to go and to be voted on. So that's our recommendation. And my hope is that all the legislations can be formally voted on next week at August 1st. If they've all finished the 5-day posting by that date, which I think they all should. I'm not absolutely certain about that, but if not, then the committee would need to meet subsequent to August 1st to make sure the 5-day posting is met. So I just wanted to speak to that particular issue since it was raised. Thank you. That's all I have on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pai. So this committee members and the Budget and Finance, are there any questions to the rules of the Committee for Oversight Hearings and what Mr. Pai had informed the committee of? Any questions?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Negotiation of the, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So, just to be clear, when this committee can only, I'm trying to understand, this committee can only approve legislation if there's no changes made? And is that because OLC would need additional time to make those changes so that the legislation is ready? I'm trying to understand the format here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kehla. Mr. Pahi, if you would please provide clarification again.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Delegate Crotty for the question. So that's essentially correct. If the committee wishes to take a formal vote on a particular budget legislation today, then first of all, we have to verify that the budget legislation has finished the 5-day posting period. So that's first. And then second, the posted version with the blank exhibits for the exhibit C, D, and E, which are conditions of appropriations, unmet needs, and I forget what the other one is called, but those are all blank as far as we had planned it. As far as I know, they should all be blank for all these legislations, because OLC, when preparing the legislations, anticipated that the committee would be adding certain things after deliberation and discussion with the programs, because it's within the committee's authority and the committee's discretion to add those things, because the committee is the one that's making the final recommendation for as an oversight committee. BFC would make that recommendation to BFC again, sitting as the final approval. HES committee as an oversight committee is making a recommendation to BFC. All the other committees are making recommendations to BFC. So because that's the way it's written in the Appropriations Act, the Oversight Committee has the discretion to decide what recommendations it wants to make. And that's why these exhibits are blank. So yes, if the committee wants to approve them today, they should all remain exactly as posted. If the committee wishes to add lots of things to Exhibit C, D, or E, or sometimes with a couple other committees, there's been some fixed costs that the program has requested. Normally, those go in the body of the legislation rather than as an exhibit. And then all the fixed costs are combined at the end for the comprehensive budget legislation that goes to council. So in short, if today, if the committee wishes, is okay with all the legislations and the exhibits as written, as posted, then it's perfectly fine for the committee to formally vote to approve that as is. But if the committee wishes to insert things in the exhibits and to change anything, then OLC is requesting additional time and is then asking the committee to meet a second time for the formal approval, when we will have the legislation fixed up and revised and ready for formal approval. So I hope that clarifies this question. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Pahi, for providing further clarification. With that, the Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions? Okay, but Mr. Pai, you'll be with
Chairman,
us.
this is Delegate Crowdy.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think I appreciate those answers. What would be helpful, Chair, an additional information is, do we have a breakdown in terms of how executives broke down their budget? And there was this influx, like, what was it, $40 million that was infused into the budget. Are we going to see a breakdown in terms of how those dollars were allocated? Like, if some departments received less funding or other departments received more funding, are we going to see that one pager on how we move forward to make recommendations, whether that's for unmet needs or other things for the exhibit? Thank you, Chair.
Chair Genio.
Okay, with that, Peggy, you have the floor.
Chair Genio, on that question, I believe that Dominic Bial would have that information. Usually he's involved with the president's office in making those determinations. They usually provide a handout on that, and I haven't seen that to date. Perhaps one of the OMB staff can chime in if Mr. Bial isn't on this call.
Okay, thank you. With that, Donovan, are you still there with us?
Yeah, Chair, I'm here.
Okay, were you able to capture the question from Shinanda Delga Amber Knesma Crowdy?
Apologies, I was on that side. Can I ask to repeat?
Okay, what the question was is that the Budget and Finance Committee will be able to see a breakdown of the budget for the executive branch, like a snapshot of all the budgets for executive branch, and from there, to see if there are any shortfalls in different departments, programs, and then at the same time unmet needs. Though with that, because of the infusion of dollars some programs received through CARES and ARPA, and that we need to be aware of that too. So working with Dominic Bial, be able to contact him and request for that information, because Peggy is going to be busy with us here.
Okay.
And I'll ask if he could do that for us here.
I can do that, sir.
Contact Mr. Bial.
Will do. Big up.
Thank you. With that, back to Budget Finance Committee. I was saying that Mr. Pahi I appreciate you will be with us all day long to help us guide us in case on these approvals and moving it forward and so forth. So we'll move forward.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will be with you.
Dr. Shane, thank you. With that, Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Shenandoah Chair Henry, this is Mr. Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
So, Chair, those Budget and Finance Committee members, and the situation that we're in, Navajo. My question is, some of these legislations are ready, some of them are not. Ida Swashtedalia, Ado Hedida, Tato, 5-day comment period for Nata. Benina Additionally, Ada Zunda, 5-day comment period for that Yagi, Yahabat, it said Adatini. I don't, that's what Diago, Yaham will do our business on that behalf on the 5-day comment period. I don't know when it'll be done with the 5-day comment period. It is a bonus. So without it's an kid for time's sake. So since we started around 10 o'clock, 8:30, they had a sheet. So if we can just do the ones that are already the 5-day comment period, that'll be the chateau. It's a thousand bonus. So get that. I get you how those done here on it. That's all 5-day comment period. So, in this case, thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, that's what I was asking Peggy to do as we move on this along to advise us which legislation is past the 5-day comment period. That for sure, the fixed cost is not ADGA. It was just recently dropped. Posted. So it's still in the 5-day comment period. The other hand, Mr. Pahe, as she explained, is that on each legislation, some of the exhibits are left blank for a purpose because as we move through each legislation, those blank forms will be filled in by committee recommendations, and then they'll need time to go back and fill in those the exhibits to get it finally ready for the committee. Possibly August 1st. Then we can approve all the legislations there. So we would have to meet a second time to actually approve them. So today, what we'll be doing is just going through all the budgets, hearing them, making our recommendations, and then approving what the recommendations we put in, and that would give the legislative council the green light to move ahead and put those recommendations into the final draft of the legislation where it'll be ready for our approval. I thought recommend Vice Chair Smith. So even if we go that route, we still have to come back and formally approve them after all the recommendations are formally put in. Vice Chair Smith.
Chair.
Any further questions, comments, on the Budget and Finance Committee? We'll move forward on our agenda to the next first legislation.
Chair Haney,
Peggy?
just to make sure that we all understand, and make Ramona and I making sure. So say, for example, the Office of the Controller, it goes through without, and the committee approves it without any changes to their budget legislation, and the committee votes on it today, then we are good to prepare that as a budget and finance resolution to finalize it. I just want to make sure that that's clear. Is that right? Laureline, is that the correct understanding on that?
Thank you, Peggy, for that. question, Mr. Pahi?
Thank you for the question. Yes, that's correct. If there are no changes to a resolution that you're considering today, and it has gone through the 5-day comment period, then you can vote on it today, and then it would be prepared in that form as the final BFC resolution today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Peggy, for that question and request for clarification. So with that, we are on the same page. So let's move forward to the first legislation, but the only comment I have would be Budget and Finance Committees. If there are committee members there in Window Rock, actually there to pick up your binders and to have them with you, please, if you would, co-sign on the legislations also. Because Vice Chair Smith requested to be excused tomorrow morning to do a schedule event. And so if I'm the only sponsor on there and Vice Chair Smith won't be able to preside, so therefore that's why I'm asking for other co-sponsors from the, if you would be able to do that way we can keep moving and I can preside on those legislations in the absence of Vice Chair Smith. If there are no further questions or comments, let's move forward. Vice Chair Smith?
Did we vote on the agenda? So we have a quorum.
We did. It's 5-0-0.
Makushi, thank you.
So no abstention, Vice Chair. Legislation under 5. Next item is 5. Oversight budget hearing, Office of the Controller. Legislation 0142-22. I'm the prime sponsor for this legislation. So, Vice Chair Smith, I'll be handing the gavel over to you today.
Agushi, Chair the nasty the legislation. Shada, could you read that into the record? Dated legislation 0142-22, Office of the Controllers, sponsored by.
All right, thank you. Legislation number 0142-22 is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to the Budget and Finance Committee. 24th Nomination Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Jamie Henio and Seth Damon. Tracking number 0142-22, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Office of the Controller and related matters to be included in the Nations FY 2023 comprehensive budget. So did you want me to read the whole legislation, or are you good with just going over the exhibits and such? Vice Chair.
Do the exhibits, contents can be explained through the sponsor legislation.
Okay, Exhibit A has a total and it's a table, and it shows business unit numbers, program title, FY22 general fund budget, proposed general fund budget, indirect cost fund, personnel lapse fund, external funds, cash match, proprietary fund, fiduciary fund, special revenue fund, internal, special revenue fund, external, for totals. And so I'm just going to read at the bottom of the page. So the FY 2022 general fund budget was $44,254,174. The proposed general fund budget is $22,672,372. Indirect cost is at $3,206,258. Personnel lapse fund, $207,553. No external cash match. Proprietary fund, $1,070,000. Fiduciary fund is $8,581,038. Special revenue fund external is $5,033,900. The special revenue fund external is $624,008. So it's a total of $41,341,567. Going to Exhibit B, that's the general fund comparative summary. So the total down at the bottom of that page is $38,008,975. Then Exhibit C is the recommended changes to the general fund budget. Exhibit D is the recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. Exhibit E is the unmet needs budget. And those are all blank. So then we have Legislative Council's memo, the internet public review, no comments received. And then you have the binder that the Office of the Controller provided. And there's also electronic link, electronic file. If you want that sent to you, I can do that. Vice Chair.
For reading in that legislation. We have sponsor with us, Chair Henio, on this legislation. Motion.
Delegate motion.
We have Honorable Elmer Begay motioning second. Sheila.
There's a
Delegate
Haney.
Yeller, motion second.
Sheila, second. Ile.
Delegate Yeller here.
Agushi. Okay. Sheila here. We have a motion by Honorable Elmer Begay, second by Yellow here. Nandada Lafinigi. We'll go ahead and turn the floor over to the sponsor, the 10-minute rule. Gita. Shudder, do we read them into the for that oath right now?
If you'd like to, you could do that. We did have them doing both last year. We did the one where they they stand and raise their hand and swear to tell the truth. And then they also emailed it to me, those people, and gave me a list of the people that took the oath. So we don't have to keep asking. Vice Chair.
Let's do that. All the folks that will be presenting on the legislation regarding this, let's go through the Joe rules. Shada, could you conduct that?
Okay, thank you for the Office of the Controller. And do you want it for the entire, for today's, both for all of the budgets that will be heard today? Or do you want to just go ahead and just do just the Office of the Controller, Vice Chair, just for clarification on that?
Office Controller Day, yeah. Kate Nando,
Okay, so for all those that will be taking the oath for the Office of the Controller, this would include OMB staff and anybody else that will be speaking to this budget. Could you please stand and raise your right hand? State your name for the record. Can you state your name for the record? Do you?
Robert Willie. Largo with OMB.
Okay.
Selena Begay with OMB.
Okay.
Jermaine Jones with OMB.
Okay,
Jeremy Jimmy with OOC investment section.
okay. Controller,
Elizabeth Begay, acting controller.
okay, thank you. And who else? Anybody else?
Doreen McCray, credit services.
Thank you. And anyone else?
Janine Jones with credit services.
Okay, thank you. Who else?
Robert Willie with the accounting office of the controller.
All right, thank you. Go ahead. All right, do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes.
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 Okay, thank you. And then you may be seated, so we'll start there. Thank you.
Okay, last shut for taking the oath, and those that are participating, those that have raised their right hand, okay, for doing that. Okay, now it's not a late. You have 10 minutes with your aide. You have the floor for this legislation.
Vice Chair Smith for taking the helm here and legislation. Present the Lihegi'e for the Office of the Controller FY 2023 budget, and the amount of, I believe, is $41 million for all the programs under the Controller's office. But I'll have Madam Controller, Miss Elizabeth Begay, clarify the amounts and what the offices will be presenting before the committee here. And so with this, I'll turn the floor over to Madam Controller, Miss Elizabeth Begay.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee and Vice Chair Smith. We are here to present the Office of the Controller's proposed FY 2023 budget, and of course also linked or connected in this meeting are the managers that help prepare the budgets. According to Exhibit A, there are 22 business units, and part of that 22 are the trust funds that we are currently investing on behalf of the owners of the trust funds. So based on the agenda, I'll go over and present the Office of the Controller's business unit 107022, and that's a proposed budget for 2023 amounting to $6,186,534, and that comprised of a general fund of $3,360,708, indirect costs of $2,655,038, and personnel lapse of $170,788. The proposed budget will cover our personnel expenses.
Ms.
as
Begay,
well.
Ms. Begay,
Yes.
hold on, please. You're getting into your budget too soon here. We need to get the OMB's report first,
Oh.
then we'll do the floor. But right now, I just wanted you to do a general overview of the controller and what budgets will be presented, not to get into the numbers that comes later.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair Henio. So based on that, according to Exhibit A, the 22 business units cover the different sections within the Office of the Controller, namely purchasing, property management. The main one is the Office of the Controller, as well as the permanent fund that our investment section is handling, the housing fund, the judicial Public Safety, Finance and Accounting Scholarship Fund, the Office Supply Center, the Home Loan Program, the Personal Loan Program, the Chapter Claims Trust Fund. There's two, the 1986 and 1982. There's also the Land Acquisition Fund, the Graduate Fund, the PG&E Trust Fund. There's the Scholarship Financial Assistance Fund, the Handicap Trust Fund, the Vocational Trust Fund, the Elderly Senior Citizen Trust Fund. There's the Retirement Fund, the Veterans Trust Fund, and the last one, Workers' Compensation Fund. So the proposed FY 2023 for all the 22 business units total to $41,341,567. So that's the summary of all the business units under the Office of the Controller's budget. Mr. Vice Chair Smith.
Well, thank you, Madam Controller. Thank you, Controller Elizabeth Begay. Does that conclude your presentation on this, Chair Henio?
Shenandoah, Vice Chair Smith. Oh, that concludes, and I yield the floor back to you.
Oh, thank you, Chair Henio. According to the agenda, OMB is next on the agenda. OMB.
Good morning.
This is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Are the OMB reports, are they being emailed out? I only have for fixed costs. If I could just get some clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, Shemayaza. Shada, do you have that information requested by Honorable Crotty?
Yes, let me look to see when I sent that out. Let's see. I did email those out. Selena sent me the reports. Let me see here. The controller's report was sent out the 27th yesterday at 12:59 p.m. So check your email and I can send it out again. So here you go at 11:20 from Peggy. That's the OMB report. Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Shada.
Oh,
Appreciate that. It's been just sent out. So let's move forward with the OMB.
Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee. This is Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB. I will be reading the Navajo Nation OMB report for the Office Controller. I was just told by Ms. Sam that it's also available on Zoom for the report. The second page has the table of contents. A, FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary. B, FY 2022 Third Quarter Budget Expenditure Report. C, FY 2022 Third Quarter Performance Assessment Report. D, FY 2022 Third Quarter Plan of Operations Status Report. E, FY 2022 Condition Appropriation Legislative Concern Report. F, FY 2022 External Fund Expenditure Report. G, FY 2022 single audit report. Next page is A, FY 2023 fund type budget summary. The next page is the Navajo Nation fund type budget summary for Office of Controller, FY 2023. Business unit is listed on the worksheet. The first column, second column is program title, and then third column has the FY 22 general fund budget amount. I will be reading the bottom of the grand total. FY 22 general fund budget amount is for 40,904,352,000. Proposed general fund budget 4,119,966. Indirect costs 3,206,258. Personal lapse 207,553. Proprietary funds 1,097,657. Fiduciary fund 27,133,777. Special revenue funds internal 5,657,908. Total amount 41,422,786. Next page, B, FY 2022 third quarter budget status report. Navajo Nation budget status report as of June 30, 2022, Office of the Controller. The first one, I will be reading the general fund grand total. Original budget, $7,846,542. Revised budget, $9,407,375.48. Actual, $4,614,229.41. Encumbered, $668,461.79. Budget available, $4,124,684.28. Percent expended 56.15. The next one, fiduciary special revenue fund total $24,527,347. Revised budget $28,332,914.51. Actual $11,242,650.16. Encumbered $3,696,965.15. Budget available $13,393,299.20. Total expended 52.73. Then fiduciary funds available. It's proprietary fund total 1,400,000. Revised budget amount 1,061,160. Actual 686,524.32. Encumbered $1,994.98. Budget available $372,581.30. Total expended 64.89. And then non-general fund total, the bottom column, it's 25,567,347,400. Revised budget $29,394,015.11. Actual $11,929,174.48. Encumbered $3,698,960.13. Budget available $13,765,880.50. Total expended 53.17. And the next portion, MPS will be reading that. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. Tab C is the third quarter performance assessment report for the Office of the Controller. They have 8 business units, and this is the third quarter. Only one business unit, 907002, has a 1.80, which is below 2.0. And then the average score for the whole Office of the Controller is 2.42. Going on to the next third quarter plans of operation report, the status. The Office of the Controller, 1 program business unit, 107021 property management does not have a plan of operation. And then 2 other programs need to update their plan of operation. They're in shaded areas. Going on to the third quarter condition of appropriation legislative report, they have condition of appropriation along with Office of Management and Budget. The Office of the Controller respond for third quarter and they're in compliance. And the legislative concern, they have 1 also, which was due on second quarter. They had respond and they're in compliance. The COA and the legislative concern are the same. So that completes MPS report. Thank you.
This is Jermaine Jones, Deputy Contracting Officer with OMB Contracts Grant Section. I'll go ahead and read in tab F, which is FY 2022 External Funds Expenditure Report. Column A. Thank you. Column A is the index. Column B is the company number. List the company numbers. Column C lists the contract IDs. Column D lists the start date. Column E lists the end date. Column F indicates the number of business units. Column G indicates the number of company numbers. Column H lists the business unit numbers. Column I lists the description of each of those business units. Column J is revised budget. Column K is expenditures. Column L is the open commitments. Column M is the available balance. Column N is the percent spent. Column O is the percent of the balance. I'll go ahead and read the bottom line for Office of the Controller. The revised budget under column J is $574,912,277. Expenditures is $532,366,920.18. Open commitments.
Jermaine.
Yes.
Jermaine, this is Vice Chair Smith. Did you take the oath?
Yes, I did.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. The open commitments under column L is $248,056.54. Available balance is $42,297,300.28. Office of the Controller spent 93% of their budget, and they have 7% of their balance remaining. I'll go ahead and read tab G, which is the FY 2020 Single Audit Report. Office of the Controller does have 3 findings. They're finding number 2020-001, finding number 2020-002, and finding number 2020-009. I'm unsure if you want me to read in what the findings are. If not, that completes my report. Thank you.
But do proceed with the findings so that the committee members will hear the findings and it'll be on the record.
Yes, sir. Okay, finding number 2020-001, the description of the finding under column G. Let me go back to that. Column F is the compliance requirements for this, which is grants receivables, significant deficiency in internal controls over financial reporting. The description on the finding is deficiencies in financial reporting over the recognition and collection of grants receivable. 10.7 million and 2.1 million grants receivable tested revealed 1.1 million should have been reclassified to unearned revenue, and 345,598 considered uncollectible. This is not a repeat finding. The question cost is not reportable, and the CAP status report has not been finalized for the FY 2021 audit report. The second finding for Office of the Controller is 2020-002. The compliance requirements is information technology, significant deficiency in internal controls over financial reporting. The description on the finding is deficiencies on IT internal controls. User access reviews not completed, IT not notified of terminations immediately. Management did not review change management policies. Application developers have access to all environments. This is a repeat of finding from 2019-002. The CAP status report on that is it's not finalized for FY 2021 audit report. Third finding for Office of the Controller is 2020-009. The compliance requirement is allowable costs, material weakness in internal controls, over compliance and instance of material non-compliance. Description on finding is of the 40 employees sampled, holiday pay for an employee was charged to program although the employee was working. Not a repeat finding. Questionable cost is $141,187. The CAP status report has not been finalized for FY 2021 audit report. Thank you.
Budget and Finance Committee, this completes the OMB report.
Well, thank you for that, OMB. At this point in time, committee members of the Budget and Finance, any questions for OMB? I'm not hearing any. Let's move on forward.
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have a question?
Yes, I do.
You may proceed with your question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate the time. So in reviewing this report, I'm looking at slide 4 of 17, and it looks like for fiscal year 2023, the program has used funding from the Personal Lapse Fund. Can I get some information on how programs are identifying the amount that's available in the Personal Lapse Fund and how the decision making is being used to supplement their existing budgets with that fund? My second question would be regarding the expenditures on slide 6 of 17. So not only are they supplementing from Personal Lapse Fund for purchasing property and Office of the Controller, but all three of these programs are not drawing down their dollars. So if I'm looking at an asterisk and it says it's under expenditure by 65%. The other issue or question that I have is on slide 10 of 17 regarding the 1, 2, 3, 4 plan of operations that need to be updated, and how the property management department currently does not have a plan of operations. So I don't know how we move in continuing to provide funding to that department if they do not have a current plan of operation. Thank you, Office of the Controller, for being compliant with your conditions of appropriation. Although you provided the report, there should be some measurement on how successful you have been working with OMB to create these business unit numbers. I do now see in a lot of our legislations we're having to put a deadline in terms of days to get some of these business units accounted for. And then on slide 15 of 17, we see a snapshot of the ARPA dollars that was allocated to the Office of the Controller. Understanding that Index 3 is the hardship, but my concern in terms of the funding for Index 2 that you've received through the Office of the Controller for ARPA, that you've only drawn down 13% of your 17 allocation. What then is the plan to use those dollars so that we could provide some relief to our general funds for some other priorities of the nation? And then I would need a little bit more detail in terms of the findings, the 3 findings on the audit report. Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you, Manager, for those questions to OMB. Back to OMB and the presenter, Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith, regarding the plan of operation and concerns regarding that, we can, as we move down the agenda to item C, I will have the director or the program manager explain that, and we could ask that question again when we get to the property management section, and so forth as we move along. But as far as questions for OMB, I'll yield the floor back to OMB.
Can you repeat the question to OMB?
No, Vice Chair Smith.
Negotiate, Chair Henio, OMB, you have the floor.
What was the
Vice Chair
question
Smith?
to OMB?
Vice Chair.
Who's speaking?
This is Peggy. May I speak?
Go ahead, Peggy, you have the floor.
Vice Chair and members of the committee, I believe that Shadeja's questions were directed to the Office of the Controller. Is that correct?
That's why I turn it back to the sponsor. Sponsor has the agents in order to answer.
Vice Chair Smith. Well, Ms. Elizabeth Begay, Madam Controller.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair Smith, on allowing me to respond to that questions. The first question, I believe, is how we are expending our budget for FY 22 for this current year. There's only at the overall at the 53%. If you can provide that slide. So most of the unexpended money with the Office of the Controller relates to the unfilled vacant positions. Right now we have 35 unfilled vacant positions. So those are the main reasons why we're not expending our funds or budget for FY 22. And we're supposed to be at 75% since this is the third quarter of FY22. But according to the slide that was presented by OMB for the tribal office supply, it went over the budget by negative 78,000. And for the public safety, the fund is now at 91%, and then the rest were basically not meeting the expected expenditure of 75%. And the question regarding the plan of operation, some were already dated that needs to be updated. For the Office of the Controller, Business Unit 107022, the last year it was adopted was 2011, and that only pertains to the requirements for the controller position. So that needs to be addressed. We can work on updating our plan of operation for Business Unit 107022. Purchasing was 2013. The Property Management Department is also 2013. The Permanent Fund, that's 1985. I'm not sure if we need to change our plan of operation on that, but we do have the Master Trust Fund policy, how we invest that, and that is current. With regards to the home loan and the personal loan programs, they're 2018, so they are deemed current. With the scholarship plan for finance and accounting, it was established in 1996, but we do have a policy on that, and that policy is current as well. It's just the establishment 1996, as well as the Permanent Trust Fund 1985. And with regards to the condition of appropriation, that we are in compliant, we can provide the statistics on that. And for the single audit, we are working on resolving that. We responded on that finding with regards to the first finding regarding the grants receivable. The Office of the Controller Contract Accounting Section policy was approved January 2020 by the Budget and Finance Committee. And the policy detailed desktop procedures in grants receivable functions, which were implemented prior to the end of fiscal year 2021. And we are continuing to implement those procedures. And of course, contract accounting section are now preparing drawdowns according to that desktop procedures policy to avoid these audit findings to be repeated. For the second finding regarding the IP, the corrective action plan that we develop includes a security report that shows who no longer can access the FMIS system within 30 days duration, wherein if there was no activity, the system will be disabled for the users, and the programs will be notified that they need to reset every 90 days. And of course, the Office of the Controller is continuing to use the ticketing system to track all system management changes. And for the last finding regarding the material weakness in internal control over compliance with the CARES funding, wherein we use the fund, the CARES fund, to pay our payroll, meaning during the pandemic, the employees were directed to stay home to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus, and they were paid administrative leave. But there was one employee that was uncovered by our external auditors that was paid holiday, meaning that employee was working in the CARES Act fund was used to pay that employee while working during the holiday. And that was flagged as disallowed because that CARES fund was supposed to use to pay the employees administrative pay for not working to prevent the spread of the virus. So the corrective action plan for this particular audit finding is that the payroll section will ensure external funding to pay the payroll costs are charged to the proper business unit. And of course, this was just a one-time funding that was provided by the U.S. Treasury to the Navajo Nation during the pandemic for its employees. That responds to the questions, Mr. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you for that, Ms. Begay, Acting Controller. Back to committee members. Any other questions?
Vice Chairman, this is Delegate Yell here.
Oh, Chiche, I'll go ahead and give you the floor.
I guess we complete, not really complete. We went through Office of Controllers, and right now we're doing others too. Are we going to go back later for all these questions, even pertains to OMB, Office of Controller? Based on the holidays, I was over to Kadita. Pro Temp Chair.
Chiche, not it now. I'll leave it out now.
So, Nidia, first of all, we started with Office of Controller. It's been I have some questions for the Office of Controllers that can be done later too. Questions again.
Oh, Chiche, did amendment Iliagi, I mean, agenda, that's Sozgi. Without OMBA, overview report that you call AB, now it could be Salagi, Asian controllers, but that data, Abinach A, now it could the Hula. So you can ask questions on the controller show.
It's on the bigger. Or later on is the bigger.
So ain't no how she a night keep it Salagi a night.
Så det jag hade OMB report i lag så att egen historien det har sig. Nej, det kan.
Within not that clear, even yes, I'll come back on that one. To controller.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Budget Finance Committee members, Naidi Kirishlo. Attendee, so.
Chair Smith, this is Delegate Cardi with a question on the OMB report.
Ragoshe, Shmayaji, go ahead. You have the floor. I'll recognize you.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Chair. I appreciate that. And the response from Acting Controller. In terms of, I'm sorry, I need to go back to the Personal Lapse Savings Fund. Could you help? Is there a projection on the Personal Lapse Savings Fund, and how were you directed, and what qualifications did you use the Personal Lapse Savings Fund for this budget that's being presented from the OMB report? Thank you.
Ragoshe, Shmayaji, thank you for that question. I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to the sponsor, and you may have the floor, sponsor.
Shikela, Shananta, Vice Chair Smith. The question 8 directed at the controller. So, Madam Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Gay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Smith, and Delegate Crowdy. Question regarding the personal lapse savings. That fund was used to pay for the general wage adjustment for Navajo Nation OOC employees for FY 2022. And again, for the proposed FY 2023, we're also receiving the personal lapse, and it will be to cover the general wage adjustment that happened for this current fiscal year. So there's no specific breakdown on the OMB report, but it will be in our proposed FY 2023 report on our budget for the general wage adjustments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Vice Chair Smith. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you for that response on that. Committee members of Budget Finance, any further questions on the report from OMB?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crowdy.
So, Shmayaji, I'll recognize you. I think you have a question. Go ahead, you may proceed.
Thank you, I appreciate that. If I could have a request from staff, could we get the total amount of permanent personal savings lapse fund that will be used for the general wage adjustment that will be seen in the budget? That would be beneficial. Thank you.
Honorable Crowdy, are you complete with your question?
Yes, Pro Tem, I apologize. I muted myself. I was quick on the draw. That was the request. Thank you.
Okay, I heard somebody coughing. I thought that was a time for break, so on that behalf. I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to OMB and also Controller and the sponsor of this legislation, Shananta, Chair Henio.
Okay, Shananta, Vice Chair Smith. Madam Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Gay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Smith. So now I will present our budget, the proposed budget for the Office of the Controller. I would like to start on the business unit 107022. We receive a budget allocation for FY 2023 of $6,186,534. And that amount comprised of general fund of $3,360,708, indirect costs of $2,655,038, and personal lapse fund of $170,788. The budget that was allocated to the Office of the Controller under that business unit 107022 of $6,186,534 was not enough to cover all the OOC personnel. We have a budget of 94 positions, and the proposed FY 2023 budget will fund the OOC's personnel expenses of $6,117,314, and the rest will fund fringe benefits. So having said that, there's 4 positions that are now vacant that we have to budget at 1,044 hours. It's just half a year because we do not have enough funding to put those vacant positions full time. In addition, we do not have any budget to cover the OOC's operating costs for FY 2023. So all the object code for travel, for supplies, for repairs and maintenance, for contractual services, they're all at zero budget for FY 2023. So the whole $6,186,534 allocated for the Office of the Controller for FY 2023 went to personal expenses as well as to the fringe benefits. There's just one object code relating to under the object code 7,000 special transactions that includes the employment related background checks. We budgeted 1,000 for that. And there's also the training for 26,589 and the training supplies of $2,425. But the rest went to insurance premiums and the workers' comp. So that's the presentation on the base planning amount allocated for the Office of the Controller. Also submitted unmet needs budget for the Office of the Controller to cover the FY 2023 operating costs. And we're requesting for $974,644. And that requested unmet needs will put back the 4 vacant positions now at full time for FY 2023. And the rest will fund the travel expenses at $53,754. supply at $208,500, lease and rental $53,180, communications and utilities $35,000, repairs and maintenance $70,000, contractual services at $100,000, and spatial transactions at $68,349, for a total of unmet needs budget of $974,644. That's my presentation on the Office of the Controller's budget under Business Unit 107022. Chair Henio, do you want us to next on the purchasing department, or do you want us to stop and take any questions?
Let's stop for now. I still need to get into your budget report for your office. So the Vice Chairman, you'll floor back to you.
Thank you for that response, Chair Henio and Acting Controller, Madam Elizabeth Begay. Committee members, Naidi Kirisola.
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Agushi, Honorable Crotty, may proceed with your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Acting Controller, for your budget and your list of unmet needs. The Office of the Controller is chronically underfunded when it comes to positions. I would need to understand, is this because you have existing vacancies where the positions are not fully funded until you hire those vacancies, or what is the reason why you're not getting the funding that you need for your to make some of your employees full time? The second part of the question is, how is your ARPA allocation going to be infused into this year's fiscal year budget so that it can offset or be able to assist the office in modernizing your system, possibly bringing on additional, building up your capacity as there continues to be staff shortages, the pay scale is low, and the amount of vacancies, and just in terms of trying to build up this office to improve employment morale and to be efficient and effective. I'd like to ask that question of Madam Acting Controller. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Agushi, back to the presenter, Chair Henio, agents.
Agushi, yeah, no, Vice Chair Smith. So I'll defer this question back to Madam Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay.
Yes, thank you. The budget allocation that we received for FY 2023 is the same as FY 2022 for the general fund. And there's a slight increase in the indirect cost that resulted in our FY 2023 budget increase by $94,000 or $91,428 compared to FY 2022. But because of the increased personnel costs, the fringe benefits increased from FY 2022 of 43.38% to FY 2023 of 52.06%. That $91,000 increase in our budget for 2023 just covered the increased personnel costs, or part of the increased personal cost. So all the vacant positions, we budgeted at 2,088 hours, except for the 4, because we just do not have enough money to cover those 4 at full-time positions. With regards to ARPA, we were allocated 17 million, but of course, the employees that we have to hire under ARPA must qualify or eligible to be funded under ARPA, meaning they have to work on the contracts that we were expecting to process with the ARPA expenditures. And ARPA also allow us to use the fund to upgrade our accounting system. And we're using that ARPA budget to modernize our system, upgrading our system. And with regards to the pay, the employees that are funded under ARPA are getting a higher salary than the general funded employees under OOC. So there's a slight increase in their salary under ARPA, but we just cannot use the ARPA budget to pay our shortfall under the general fund, because it will be deemed ineligible if those employees are not working on COVID-related projects. Mr. Chair, Hinio.
Thank you for the response. Vice Chair Smith, I turn the floor back to you.
Thanks again, Chair Henry. Appreciate and your agent. Back to committee members.
Okay, this is Delegate Yellowhair, Pro Temp Chair.
Okay, I'll go ahead and recognize you. You have the floor.
Okay, yeah, Korea controlling, yes, keep acting controllers. It's related to controllers. The Korea Kabi Hokagi FY22. DBA positions. There's a number of positions. 22 positions vacancy. Data shall be informed. There is supposed to be a form versus this year and next year positions. There was a form they used a comparison this year's salary and 23rd salaries and shows it increase or decrease. It's a long budget form. DB then conditional on excuse me. Your coach does not. What else? The 22 positions vacant. Now it is all handwriting, on the page 1 of 5, handwriting, written handwriting, it all has a print so that is under sub account number 1006. Those handwritten. I think 26,316, 53,432 of the case. So, but that 1009 sub account, county supervisor, 29,188, that's handwriting. 58,276 of the case. So, Dina Chico, what the first one is your senior management analysis. The budget form that's in the this could not car iron dates that is form 5 is business unit number 107022. There's 4 positions: senior management analysis, a vacant because I don't know why these are separate now. Vacant for senior management analysis for 40,000. Vacant the county supervisor vacant for 44,307. Controllers subaccount 0116 subaccount vacant 85,220. Auto subaccount object code 1024 account maintenance vacant 20,923. Coco hospital controller biggie called equity. Hey, yeah, when you go back to the regular salaries based on listing of positions and the sum by business unit number, controlled by subaccount 1016, which is 53,004. I think they need to explain this in our key controller. 1006 because there's 4 positions that are separate as a vacant report on Form 5. Patient advocate, so your other day, either form the correct position number, listen at positions, which shows the salary. Every case, so 4,075,775 case. So a young there, a own handwriting, not yellow, 4,019,934 gate. Oh, 921 gate. That's 4,019,921 handwriting. So that business unit total is $4,075,775. Asian Audit is to yeah. Asian Audit not to be kiddo. I was sure Jay. Not underless. Sure, you.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Vice Chair Smith. Madam Controller? Madam Controller?
Is Madam Controller still online with us, Heather?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
looks like the controller's trying to get back on audio, so please bear with us. Thank you.
Yes, I'm back. Thank you. We're trying to share our screen, but initially when we receive the personnel listing from Department of Personnel and Management, our 94 employees were all budgeted, totaling $4,075,775. But when we calculate the fringe and all the insurance requirements, we do not have enough budget allocated for 2023 to cover everyone at that amount, the $4,075,775. That's why we have to place some vacant positions at the $1,040 44 hours instead of the 2,088 full-time for the whole year. And those are the one that Delegate Yellow Hair mentioned, which are vacant. That's why for the senior management analyst, it was funded at half a year. The accounting supervisor at half a year. And the controller position was already budgeted at half a year based on the DPM employee listing, as well as the account maintenance half a year. And then the rest of the vacant positions, as I stated earlier, we have total of 20 vacant positions under the Office of the Controller, Business Unit 107022. We just left it at the full time, hoping we can fill the position this year and get them funded full time for FY 2023. So that is my response, Chair Henio.
Okay, thank you for that response to the questions. Vice Chair Smith, I refer back to you.
Okay, thank you, Chair Henio. Budget and Finance Committee members, Naidi Kirishua. So let's move on to Controller's Budget Overview. Office of Controllers, Chair Henio, under the Oversight Budget Hearing, according to the agenda.
Kashina, Vice Chair Smith, we get to the overview portion, and we'll begin with the Controller, Madam Controller Elizabeth Begay. She'll present her budget to the committee. Ms. Elizabeth Begay, you have the floor to present your budget.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The next item on our Office of the Controller budget is the Purchasing Department, and that's Business Unit 107022. For purchasing in FY 22, for this current fiscal year, they have a budget of $733,449. The proposed budget for FY 23 is $684,483. That's a decrease of $48,966. For personnel, the proposed budget will cover 10 employees at full time for a total of $667,748. That's an increase in the budget from FY 22 of $47,269. In FY 22, the budget was only $620,479. For supplies, the proposed budget for 23, fiscal year 2023 is $12,000. In FY 22, the budget was $8,000, so there was an increase of $4,000. Contractual services, they had a budget of $99,258 in FY 22. For FY 23, zero budget for that. And for special transactions, budget of $4,735. It's a reduction of $977 from the FY 22 budget of $5,712. So the proposed budget for FY 2023 is sufficient to operate the program they were able to cover their increased personal costs and supplies by zeroing out the contractual services budget. And the $684,483 proposed budget for FY 2023 comprised of general fund of $406,961, indirect costs of $259,799, in personal labs to cover the GWA of $17,723. That's my presentation on purchasing department or section budget. Chair Hinio.
Chair Henry, are you still with us?
Yes, Vice Chair Smith, that completes the purchasing department. I defer to you for questions.
Chair Henry, for sponsoring this legislation and also having your agents on board with the purchasing department. Shenandoah, Budget and Finance Committee members, any questions?
Yeah, this is Vice Chairman. Based on the report on the acting controller, looking at the positions again right here. As of today, you have 2 vacancies in here. I was wondering, what are you guys doing about this vacant? And this been going on. Also, the acting controller, based on the previous control, also had just many positions that were vacancy. So what's the status on these? Because the other side shows 22, but you indicated right now it's 20 vacant. But this one right here, you got 22. One is senior accountant for $49,319, and one more is accountant vacant position for $41,489. Well, what's going on? Are you guys working on this one here? Are you guys advertising these positions? Because advertising is important, and you can't hire in-house. Later, I have a questions on that one too. So that's my questions, my concerns. Yeah.
Back to the presenter, Chair Henry.
Vice Chair Smith, for that question regarding the purchasing department. So, Madam Controller.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hinio, Vice Chair Smith, and Delegate Yellow Hair for that question. Yeah, there's 2 vacant positions under the purchasing department, and they're both accountants. Accountants are now deemed hard to fill positions. We just do not have the applicants referred by Department of Personnel Management. We've been advertising them, and now we're planning to advertise it outside the DPM website to attract applicants outside the Navajo Nation government or outside the Navajo Nation as a whole. But this is basically the problem within OOC. We cannot fill the vacant accountant position. And I was informed it's just not OOC, it's all over other Navajo Nation programs. They cannot hire accountants. And one is the pay, and second reason, basically no interest from applicants or graduates or people that have experience doing accounting work to work on the Navajo Nation. But that's the dilemma that we're facing. We're overwhelmed, but we cannot hire accountants. And we need help from DPM to upgrade the salary or other actions that they can help us to address this shortage in accounting position. Mr. Chair, Genio, thank you.
Thank you for the response back to the question. Vice Chair Smith, I defer it back to you.
Thank you, Chair Haney. Back to the Budget Finance Committee members. Any further questions? I'm not hearing any, so let's go to item C on the agenda, Property Management Department.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is property management. That's the department that is responsible to account for Navajo Nation fixed assets and also the non-capitalized assets of the different programs of the Navajo Nation. For fiscal year FY 2023, the proposed budget is $662,427. This is an increase of $21,527 from FY 22 budget of $640,900. The FY 2023 budget comprised of general funds at $351,964, indirect costs of $291,421, and personnel lapse fund for GWA of $19,042. The FY 2023 proposed budget for personnel, $568,411. This is a reduction of $36,692 from the FY 22 budget of $605,103. Then travel expenses is $55,513, an increase of $32,209 from FY 22 budget. Supplies, $10,696, an increase of $7,838. Communication and utilities budgeted at $3,600. This is a new budget for FY 23. They had zero budget in FY 22 for communication and utilities. The same as with repairs and maintenance, budgeted $6,936. This is a new budget expense item for repairs and maintenance because in FY 22 they had zero budget for that. For special transactions, $17,271, and it's an increase of $7,636. As I said earlier, the personnel expenses got reduced by $36,692 to accommodate their operating costs. And as a result of that decrease, they have to not fund two positions. So their budget for personnel decreased from 16 to 14. And in order to avoid this layoff for two positions, they also submitted unmet needs budget. I would like to go over that unmet needs budget. Property Management is requesting unmet needs budget of $287,616. This will cover personnel of $243,312, travel expenses of $7,800, supplies of $10,700, communication and utilities of $3,000, repairs and maintenance $12,060, contractual services of $3,646, and special transactions of $7,098. They would like to restate that two employees that will be laid off for FY 22 or 23 with this unmet needs budget request, as well as to establish 3 more positions under property management. And the rest of the unmet needs requests will cover their operating costs that the planning base amount that they receive will not cover. So that's the property management department budget. And also connected on this call is the property management manager to answer any questions you may have regarding the budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Controller, for that presentation. With that, Vice Chair Smith, that's for the Property Management Department. I defer to you.
Shananda, any questions on property management? It was presented to us. Any questions?
Vice Chair, or I'm sorry, Pro Tem Chair, this is Delegate Crowley with a question.
Coach Mayazin, Honorable Crowley, I recognize you. You may proceed.
Thank you. So we'll go back to the plan of operation. Madam Acting Controller, for this budget, could you help me understand the reason why there's not a plan of operation for this department, or if there is? I just need to understand what the challenge here is with the plan of operation. Thank you.
At this point in time, I'll floor back over to the sponsor and the agent. Sponsor, Chair Henio.
Here, Vice Chair Smith, for the questions. Madam Controller, and also the program manager for property management, if he would respond back to the question to the committee regarding the question I was asked.
Hello, this is Darlene James from Property Management. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Darlene James. Did you get sworn in before you do try to chime in?
Yes.
Agent, correction, Chair Henio, is this part of your agent?
Yes, so please respond to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Henio. This is Darlene. On the plan of operation, it's in a draft. It was returned from DOJ and it's still in a draft mode. So I'll be working on that and hopefully we'll get that to the legislation or in legislation soon. Back to, is it the Henio?
Chair Henio.
Mr. Vice Chair, that concludes that's our response for the question posed by Delegate Crotty. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Back to committee members. Any other questions for property management?
Pro Tem, I had a hard time on my end hearing the response. Could staff just let me know what is there going to be a plan of operation, or there's no need for a plan of operation? Thank you.
Thank you for that inquiry, Honorable Crotty. Back to the sponsor and your agents.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for that. I was trying to unmute myself here, but we'll defer back to Ms. Begay, Elizabeth Begay, and then also then the Ms. Darlene after that.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith, and Delegate Crotty for that question. Property Management Department needs to have a plan of operation. And as stated by the Property Management Department, she was working with the Department of Justice, and there was already a draft developed to address this lack of a plan of operation for that department. And if Darlene can elaborate on that, Darlene.
Thank you. Budget and Finance Committee and response to Amber Crotty. This is Darlene. Yes, the review did go to DOJ, and my answer to having the need for a plan of operation, yes, the program does need to have a plan of operation, and I am working on it. It's in the process. So it will be out. It will be done. Back to Chair Henio.
Again, thank you for that response, and regarding the question on the plan of operation and the importance of it. And for Vice Chair Smith, defer back to you.
Thank you, Chair Henio and Joe. Committee members, any other questions?
Delegate Yellowhair, Pro Tem Chair.
Honorable Yellowhair, you have the floor.
As unmet needs, I think these are changed, summary of change to budget positions. There is a under this form 5 for the warehouse, and this one is type of change is blank in there, and your original budget request for a listing of positions and assignment by business unit number. And I guess this must be maybe new or used, or maybe how you can explain this on your budget form. Budget form 5 warehouse is blank, the type of change. And there's a number of questions I would like to ask later. That's my my questions, Pro Tem Chair.
Chair Henio, you have the floor.
Again, thank you for the questions, Vice Chair Smith, and Committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Would defer back to Madam Controller Elizabeth Gay and Property Management Manager, Ms. Darling.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio. I defer the response to Darlene, the manager for property management. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Controller. And response to Mr. Yellowhair and the Budget and Finance Committee. For the warehouse worker, where the column A type of change, it is left blank because in the budget manual, it doesn't identify what we were doing here. Last year, that position was budgeted, or this year in FY22, it was budgeted only for 6 months. And so this year in this coming up year, we budgeted only for another 6 months. And the rest of the other 6 months is identified in the unmet needs. So this is the half of the salary. And the position is filled. Chair Henio, back to you.
Okay, Kiana, thank you. Thank you for the question, the response to the question. That, Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem, Chair, I'll defer back to you.
Thank you for that response. Committee members, any other questions on the Property Management Department? I'm not hearing any, so let's go to item D on the agenda, Office Supply Center, Prepared Proprietary Fund. You have the floor. Chair Henio.
With this, on the proprietary fund, I believe, Madam Controller, Ms. Begay has an agent also, so I'll defer to Madam Controller, Ms. Begay.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio and Vice Chair Smith. The next item is the Office Supply Center Business Unit 807001. Connected on this call is Jeremy Ben. He's the accounting manager for this section under the Office of the Controller. I'll defer the floor to Jeremy. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Before we proceed, was he sworn in this morning?
I don't know. Jeremy, can you respond?
Yeah, good morning, Aro Yate, Budget Finance Committee, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair. This is Jeremy from the Controller's Office, Purchasing Section. I did send a oath statement to Ms. Peggy Nakai this morning before the OOC budgets were presented. So I did include Honorable Chair Henio and Vice Chair Smith in that email.
Okay, thank you. I did receive that. I saw that. Appreciate that. Just making sure that everybody's in compliance with this. You may proceed.
Oh, yeah. Again, my name is Jeremy Ben. I'm the manager for the Office Supply Center. I also oversee the purchasing section for the Controller's Office, and I'll be presenting the FY 2023 budget in the same format as Acting Controller Begay, the budget form, page 1. Business Unit 807001. The funding source is a proprietary funding. For the FY23, the amount is requested for $200,000. It's 100% proprietary funding. So the FY22 budget is going to be almost similar to the FY23 for the same amounts. It's just the expense items are going to be a little bit different, and I'll go through the FY22 budget of the original approved budget amount, which personnel, we can see that it's $176,902. For the current, the upcoming year, 2023, is going to be $193,264. This is an increase of $16,362. For travel expenses, for the current year was $8,879. And for the upcoming FY23, there's a decrease in our travel expenses, which is going to go down to $4,065. So the decreased amount is going to be $4,814. For supplies under the current year is $5,776. And for the upcoming fiscal year, we don't have anything budget for the upcoming budget. So that's why you see the deficit of $5,776. This is just because of the increase in the personnel costs. The next line, which is lease and rental, this is water rentals. So the current year is at $500, and so the proposed budget is at $100. So this leads to a decrease of $400 for the upcoming year. The next line is the communications. At the current year was $3,780. There's going to be a decrease again for the upcoming budget, totaling $528. The decreased amount is $3,252. Under special transactions, these are like the insurance. Current year is at $4,163. And then the upcoming
order, Pro Temp Chair. This is Delegate Yellowhair.
We have a point of order from Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. What is your point of order, Shanada?
I don't have the budget copies on that one. Pro Temp Chair too. Do we have that in the binder?
Do you have the binders?
I looked through the binders. Yeah, I don't see it in here.
Hold on, let me find out from our advisor. Southern, do you have any information on the binders? I don't have the binder myself, but I am looking through my laptop, trying to catch up here.
I'm trying. The shared screen doesn't show the name of the budget that they're referring to. Let's see. Can you, Jeremy, which budget are you talking to?
This is the Navajo Mission Office of Supply Center. I believe it's after the Finance Accounting Scholarship business budget.
The supply center, the office supply center?
Yes, that's correct.
It's chair and vice chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. It's immediately after Finance and Accounting Scholarship Project. The pages are not numbered, but there is a tab. It says Office Supply Center. Can you find that, Mr. Yellowhair? It's probably almost like 2/3 of the way through your binder that says the Controller's Office. Electronically, what page is it on in that electronic copy? Jeremy, do you know? The one that sent out.
Delegate Yellowhair.
Hello, Delegate Yellowhair. Let's give us the electronic page number.
This is Jeremy, Mr. Chair. The page number should be, the electronics will be page 92 of the PDF.
Thank you for that. Page 92, I was at page 55, so I'll scroll down. Chairman, not Chairman, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Do you have a question?
I found that a document, Pro Temp Chair. Thank you very much.
I'll go, Shane. We'll go ahead and continue. You may continue, Jeremy.
That's okay. So we were on the special transactions. This is the insurance again. The FY23, the current budget amount was $4,163. The current year is going to be at $2,043, which leads to a decrease to $2,120. The total allocations for both the FY22 and FY23 remain at $200,000. So the total difference is zero. Number of positions that we have budgeted are 4 for both the current year and the proposed year. And the total number of vehicles we have is both going to be at 1. And so that's going to be my presentation on the office supply budget. Mr. Vice Chair, thank you.
Back to Chair Hanyo, does that complete your agent's response or report?
Motion, Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair. Oh, that completes it.
Gushing, thank you for getting us back on track on the electronic, and also Peggy for helping us out with the hard copies. Shenandoah Clinic Budget Finance Committees. Any questions on this business unit number 807001? I'm not hearing any, so let's move on to item E, Credit Services Department. Appreciate the report on that, Kayla. Let's move on to item E, Credit Services Department. Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair, go. And I believe Madam Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay, has also an agent with her to provide the testimony for the budget for the credit services. Ms. Madam Controller.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio and Vice Chair Smith. I do have the delegated credit manager, Janine Jones, as well as her staff that will be presenting the first home loan program. That's business unit 907001. Okay, go ahead. I'll defer the floor to Janine, as well as Noreen. She's here as well.
Hi, this is Janine Jones, and I'm the acting manager. And the first one I'm going to go through is the home loan program and business unit 907001. And the proposed budget for fiscal year 23 is $450,000, 100%. So the first line is the personnel expenses. Fiscal year 2022 is $354,576. And the proposed budget is $386,745. And the increase is $32,169. And travel expenses is $34,663 for fiscal year 22. Fiscal year 23 is $35,427, an increase of $764. Meeting expenses stays at zero, and supplies is fiscal year 2022 is $14,104. And fiscal year 23 is $6,905, and the decrease of $7,199. Lease and rental, $4,504 for fiscal year 22, and it remains the same, so there's no difference. Communication and utilities is $1,000, and there's no difference, so it remains zero, no difference. And repair and finance is fiscal year 22 is 0, And there is an increase of 4,527 for fiscal year 23. And that's the increase. Special transaction is where fiscal year 22 is 11,153 and fiscal year 23 is 10,892 and a decrease of 2,261. And the total is, there is an increase of 30,000, I'm sorry. And last year's budget is 420,000, and this year, fiscal year 23 is 450,000.
So that's
and I'm going to go ahead and go over the personal loan program, which is business unit 907002. The proposed budget for fiscal year 23 is 4,020,000 and 100%. Personnel expenses is 329,290 for fiscal year 22. And fiscal year 23 is 358,567, an increase of 29,277. Travel expenses is 12,975 for fiscal year 22, 808,475 for fiscal year 23, and a decrease of 4,500. And then supplies is fiscal year 22 is 28,389. Fiscal year 23 is 28,402 and a decrease of 9,987. Lease and rental, if fiscal year 22 is 2,100 and it remains the same. And communication and utilities is 0. Repair and finance maintenance is 20,000 for fiscal year 22, 5,900 for fiscal year 23, and a decrease of 14,100. And special transaction is 17,246 for fiscal year 22. 16,556 for fiscal year 23, and a decrease of 690. And the total remains the same. And that's the end of my report for the credit services.
So, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. We're ready to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Vice Chair Smith, that completes the presentation for the credit services department.
Thank you, Chair Henya. Budget Finance Committee member, questions on credit service department?
Delegate Yellen here.
Oh, Chair, I'll go ahead and recognize you. May proceed.
Okay, yes. Thank you very much. I had a questions about the form on Form 1. As when you see a under column A, for example, for personal expenses has 354,576, and for FY23 proposed budget for 386,745. I have a questions under column C. The difference or total? This shows it says bracket. You see a bracket in there? Yes. The thing is I can barely see the number 32,169, which means minus. There should not be a bracket in there. Also, under a column A, 3,000 series category for travel expense, you have 34,663. For the proposed 23, you have 35,427. You also have a bracket again, minus 734. All that, this is all like that, even 4,000 supplies. And you have decreased down to 6,905, decrease to 7,199. This also should be a bracket too. And there's minus. All these are incorrect to me. If you look at your math, all other forms are all correct. 1 through this one right here, and your form under a 907002 got that too, and business unit number example for column A for personal expense for this year, 329,290. And your proposed budget says 358,567. Here's bracket again, 29,277. This means minus. If you see this formula like that, and that's my concern, Elizabeth, acting controller. Look back and check all your other forms too. These forms, this is the only form I've seen like this, acting controller. My questions to you. Yeah, once about Cedar for now. For temp chair.
Jake. We'll turn the floor back over to our sponsor and his agents, Chair Henio.
Thank you for the question. Dr. Vice Chair Smith, I'll defer back to Madam Controller and Ms. Jones for response.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio, and thank you, Delegate Yellowhair, for catching that. Yeah, we just noticed that the formula that was put on column C, so it's supposed to be an increase, which is supposed to be a positive sign instead of a negative sign. So we can make the corrections and submit it to the committee right away on Form 1 of both home loan and personal loan. But the rest is the same, no changes, just on Form 1 because of that mistake in the formula. Chair Henio.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the response. I defer back to Vice Chair Smith, Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Back to the committee members. Turn the floor back over to committee members for any questions. Not hearing any questions for Credit Service Department. Appreciate that. Let's move on to item F. Office of Control, Special Revenue.
Temp Chair, securities don't get yelled here.
Ocean.
I have another concern. Just a position under a account number 907002. There is another 5 positions vacant in here on this one here. And then we go back to the other one. Loan service. There's a credit manager is vacant. Okay. Also, collection clerk is vacant too. But you couldn't AGA for sub account maybe by the husband object code to give conda. There's 4 positions: credit managers, sub account, object code 1101, another one collection clerk, object code 1110, and also loan officer, object code 1118. And then the last, the county technician vacant, object code 1125. on our state. Let the details the advertisers out in that. I don't see it from you guys to advertise through a human service. When you guys gonna do advertising? That's my question, Chairman.
Because you check. I could be Sunagi Ayana, Chair Henyu.
Nagsiya hela the Kunanide Kidigi, the Vice Chair Smith, Chair Pro Tem. I deferred this back to Ms. Manning Controller Elizabeth Begay.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Hinio, our Chair Hinio and Vice Chair Smith and Delegate Yellowhair for that question. For the credit manager, we revised or changed the qualification. That's why there was a delay in advertising the position. But DPM completed the review and they're ready to advertise that position for the credit manager. For the rest of the vacant positions, I'll have Noreen respond to that. I'll defer to Noreen. Go ahead, Noreen.
Yate Adol Dimos Agi Shane Noreen McCray and Shia Credit Services Ava Nashnish.
Hello. This is Vice Chair Smith. Did you take the oath?
Yes, I did.
Hagoshin, Naidi Kidea. Go ahead, you may proceed.
Okay. So for the vacant positions for credit services under the collection clerk and the accounting technician, those two positions are in the process of being abolished to create another position, which is going to be a legal advocate position, which is needed under our program. So those two are in the works. Loan officer position is also currently being reviewed and it will be advertised here soon.
That complete our response on Delegate Yellowhair question, Chair Hinio.
Kashina, thank you for that response to the question. With that, I'll defer back to Chair Pro Tem, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair Henio and your agents on that response for Honorable Jamil here. Follow up, Jenna. Che, you have the floor.
Okay, now talking about the credit services. This two business unit number 907007 and also 907002. Credit manager Yatina KA with us. So this credit managers 50% of the which is answer Nana 907001 RJ 32,064 because I don't understand. 907002 821,358 because the by just kills like 53,008 yeah what Coco only they could go egg or the Kojiki 3 and then there will be 6 positions, there will be 7 positions vacancies only. With 8 only, yeah, that's a craggy. A Bahwain Tendenia Ado and Nadia policy under a controller with position Siki Yoke Yiki Adobe Society RG Yoke Yiki. I don't see like that under title 12. Crab this so about the under the system under a title Title 12, Title 12. Clubhouse on Ilya. Establishment, purpose, and composition. Controlling Mishiki, Ikojiki, Hotobaka, Yokedi, administrative assistant, office, out of the other, and analysis of county maintenance, and county manager, out of county supervisor, principal accountant, senior accountant, associate accountant. I could yapi abahana they have on it you see over here and they didn't know policy that's my questions to a acting controller. Auto under controller be position out of a car. You could just out of the car about on it position be the machine to be stuff. So now under off the control about on machine, there's no audit in here based on this is part under Title 12. Off the control about on machine. One say about hospital two. Yeah, thank you for the floor. Give it back to you.
Agoshi, thank you for that follow-up question. I'll turn the floor back over to our agent and also the sponsor of this legislation, Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair, and also the questions that will be posed by the Budget Finance Committee. With this, so I'll defer back to Madam Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio and Vice Chair Smith and Delegate Yellow here for that question about the positions. I'll have Noreen response to that.
Yana Tejado. Okay, 907001 business unit, auto 907002. For example, under the credit manager, as you notice that, it's cost share, 60-40. If we use credit manager as an example, 60% comes from business unit 001, 40% will come from 002. So that's what the difference is in the amounts that you see. So it's cost share. And I didn't quite understand what you were referring to, Mr. Yellow Hair, in reference to policy as for the position. Back to you, Mr. Henio.
Yes, Chair Henio and Vice Chair Smith, if Delegate Yellow Hair can clarify on the question on the policy. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair, request for clarification on the question regarding the policy.
Good evening, Chair Henio. Honorable Chair, Jimmy Yellow Hair, there is a question posed to you. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it for hearing by your TED resolution of the Navajo Nation Council CAU-3411BE. That is the update earlier. The DEBA has on under Title 12. Office Controller Section Yahana 201 Establishment Purpose Composition. Section 202 Controller Acting Controller Other Personnel. Section 203 Duties, Responsibility, Authorities of Controller. 204 Amendment, the amendment change. Under the amendment 201 Purpose of Composition. DEBA on the beat. So DEBA For issuing officers, these are resolution CAU-3411. Because also the controller can include the following positions as needed because administrative assistant without car auditor office 8. Audit on the analysis account maintenance specialist. Double car a position. So that how long they like how it begins us. Auto accounting supervisor, principal accountant, senior accountant, associate accountant. What up is the auditing instance. I share content on this. It's resolution number CAU-3411. Yeah, on the Title 12.
Question, Jay. Thank you for that response. Back to the sponsor of this legislation, your agents, Chair. You.
Kushina Kela, Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair, and then also, so back to Agent, Madam Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay. Hopefully that was clarification enough for a good response.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith, and Delegate Yellow Hair for that clarification. So based on credit services presentation, there are some positions they would like to reclassify or abolish because based on their operation, they do not need those positions, but they want to establish a new position. And Noreen can explain the reason for that new position. Go ahead, Noreen.
With the reclassification of the collection clerk out of the accounting tech, currently we do have an accountant in our office who's able to take care of everything within our department. So what we are wanting to do is create a new position for a legal counsel. So with credit services, we have DOJ who helps us sometimes, part of the time, but we need full counsel assistance to process small claims and to go forth with any other type of repossessions that we need to go forth with. So that is the purpose of reclassification of the collection clerk and the accounting tech position.
And I would like to add that, of course, we have to get guidance from Department of Justice on this because it pertains to their jurisdiction about legal counsel. Because as far as the Office of the Controller, we're only responsible for establishing accounting related positions. So this is just in the plan, if you will. But for FY 2023 proposed budget, we're still funding those vacant positions under the FY 2023 budget. And of course, this restructure on the composition of credit services employees will have to be approved by the Budget and Finance Committee as the oversight for that department. Thank you, Chair Henio.
Kushina, thank you for that response to the question. Defer back to you, Pro Tem Chair, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio and your agents on behalf of that question that was posed and response back. Committee members, any further questions on this credit services? I'm not hearing any, so let's move on to
follow up, Pro-Temp Chair.
Coach, follow up, go ahead, you have the floor on credit services.
Audit nasa hota peso bendelis kudo budget koko bahun zimbinieti hatan hichi kagi. Dira 18 positions sigi. Da 80 hota yoke hota bahas ani. Di divitai de yana. Aroti lande yero taito biji bakara. Aroti new applications that many non-8 of bakara. But applicants that 8 of bakara. What area koko area be city the schneider. But the bells are not all how you positions be controller. And I don't see why these positions are in there in the budget. These budgets are needed. Controllers back into I just talked to a auditor office. They need positions up there. They're short on positions. That's why there's a lot of problems with our internal audit. They are behind. But these are audit indoors. It's needed controllers. Audit legend, they audit indoors. Positions, they don't positions they at all. They take it back to the controller. They don't have you controller these positions. But they need to know so there's positions on needed of an auditor. About this, and so the shindy. But that they need to understand. And all not all programs that they are of yet they create positions. They need money. We need money at the chapter level too. That's my response. Chairman, acting chairperson, pro temp chair, too. Yeah.
Chair Henio, and I'll turn the floor back over to you.
Vice Chair Smith, I really didn't hear any questions. I think there's a comment that was made, but I'll defer back to Madam Controller, Ms. Begay, to provide a response.
Thank you, Chair Henio and Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair, and Delegate Yellow Hair on that comment or question. I believe that's a question on the OOC's budget, not credit services budget regarding an internal auditor. But just to respond to that, the internal auditor position under OOC is very important because we have a lot of fraud reports that we're getting, as well as with this hardship assistance program that we're undertaking. There's so many fraudulent activities that were brought to our attention, and our internal auditor is responsible for detecting and preventing these fraudulent activities. So that's a needed position within OOC. Chair Henio.
Okay, there it is. Thank you. Thank you for the response. And with this, I'll defer back to Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Budget Finance Committee members, any further questions before we move on?
Delegate Yellow Hair again for a follow-up.
Gushish, your follow-up question, you have the floor.
Okay, I'd like to take this very serious, consider our concerns. There are right now, there's about how many you have a county manager. They are there to catch these. They are there to assist, have accountability, county manager. It's their job. So why do they need another auditor in there beside them? These are their jobs to approve or disapprove expenditures. This is right on their job, and their job and responsibility. Therefore, when you look for things, you don't get extra positions. There's already should take care of these right on hand. There's auditors up there that they are supposed to audit you, and why you need auditor right there. These are county manager responsibility of acting controller. You need to look into it a better way to use these money for the positions. Otherwise, we give it extra money. That's my concern, acting controller. That's my questions, pro temp chair. Yeah, this must be. We should take care of this budget finance committee. Job on the case, based on that. So that's this need is not only. The journal on Title 12 is our positions concerned that make sure monies are utilized. Cannot put extra money. Thank you. Put them chairs too.
We'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to the sponsor of this legislation, Chair Henio and your agents.
Vice Chair Smith, Chair Pro-Tem Chair. The follow-up questions. This will defer back to Madam Controller, Ms. Begay.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith, and Pro Tem Chair and Delegate Yellow Hair. Your concerns will be noted, but our position right now is that the internal auditor position within OOC is a needed position because of all these fraudulent activities that's going on. And but we'll keep that in mind. With the accounting manager, their focus is the operation of their sections, meeting their performance goals and objectives, and fraudulent activities or fraudulent related activities is a specialty that we need to address given the hundreds of millions of dollars that transactions amounts that we process here at the Office of the Controller. Thank you, Chair Henio.
Thank you for that response, and completes our response. Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair, defer back to you.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Back to committee members. We need to move on. Let's move on to
my last question.
It sounds like we're getting to micromanagement, but let's not go too far into that. I'll let you have the floor, Che. Go ahead. You have the floor. Mr. Chair, are you still on the line with us?
*6.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, are you still on the line with us? You had a follow-up question.
Okay. What I'm asking is about the two controllers. This is my most concerns about it. It's a fraud of the certifications. H.A. Hauser. Beth Dita. Requirement now just kidding. H.A. Adida. Diego. Out on the program manager. They're supposed to take these their job and responsibility, processing expenditures. Yeah. Also, does she still have her fraud certification on the acting controller? That's my questions. Pro-Temp Chair. Yeah. Too.
Che, I'll turn the floor back over to Honorable Chairman Henio. There's a question posed by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Agustina Kela, Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair, out of the question that's being presented. And so with this, I'll defer back to Madam Controller, Ms. Begay.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio and Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair, and Delegate Yellowhair. Yes, our internal auditor within the Office of the Controller has the Certified Fraud Examiner certification. Thank you.
Kashina, thank you. Thank you for the response. I'll defer back to Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair.
But then Gita, so let's move on to item F. Office of Controllers, Fiscal Revenue, and we'll go ahead and have it.
Pro Tem Chair. Pro Tem Chair, this is my question was not answered.
Back to the sponsor. The question was not answered. Could you answer the question, please?
Can I repeat my questions to Beth? What I'm saying, what about her, directed to her? Does she have a fraud certification? Her, this is her, not the whole controller. That's my question, Speaker. I'm sorry, Pro Tem Chair. This is to Beth herself.
Chair Hennier, could you have that relayed back to us on that question?
Agustina Kela, Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair for the question. Madam Controller, Ms. Begay, question regarding your credentials. Response?
Yes, yes, thank you, Chair Henio and Vice Chair Smith, Pro Temp, and Delegate Yellowhair. Yes, I'm a certified internal auditor as well as a certified fraud examiner. Thank you.
Kela, thank you for that response. So with that, I defer back to Vice Chair Smith, Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that answer. That was quick and sweet. Let's move on forward. Item F, Office of Controller, Special Revenue.
Okay, with that, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Madam Controller, Ms. Begay, next presentation.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio. Our next presentation is the Permanent Fund, Business Unit 407001. And here with me, connected, is the delegated investment manager, Jeremy Jimmy, and I would like to defer to him to present the budget, the first budget under the Permanent Trust Fund. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Jeremy Jimmy with the Office of the Controller for the record. Going over budget form 1 of business unit 407001, the permanent fund. Going over into part 3, the budget summary. What we're proposing for the personnel expenses is $482,076. Comparing that to our current budget of $429,997, which is an increase overall for $52,079. Going to travel expenses, our current budget is at $129,313, and we are budgeting for next year 23 $125,313, which is a decrease of $4,000 when you compare them. Going to the Series 5000 lease and rental, our current budget's at 8,000. Our proposed budget is at 12,000, giving us a difference of 4,000 increase. Going to 6,500 series contractual services. Our current budget's at $18,380,803. What we're proposing is $17,914,311, which is a decrease of $466,492. And going to the 7,000 series special transactions, our current budget's at $19,234. We're proposing $19,039, which is a decrease of $195. So when we're looking at the totals from column A for our current budget, we're at $18,967, $18,967,347. What we're proposing is $18,552,739, which is a decrease overall of $414,608. Our number of positions in part 4 is staying the same at 6. Currently, we're budgeted for 6 positions, and we're proposing 6 positions for the upcoming year. Did you want me to go further into detail with the budget?
Jeremy, I think we're just doing the Form 1. That concludes the presentation on the permanent fund. Chair Henio.
Thank you for that presentation. So that completes a presentation on this area, Vice Chair Smith. Pro Tem Chair, and I defer back to you.
Well, thank you for that. Committee members, Budget and Finance. Any questions?
Delegate Yellow Hair, Pro Tem Chair.
Chair, you have the floor.
Yeah, man. The Adola Kwajiki under Navajo Nation Permanent Fund for a business unit number 407001. There will be 3 vacancies will be in this budget, and 1 for a accountant, and 1 for office assistant, also 1 for an investment manager. The under a attorney, specialized service fee expense. So you justify at least justify this budget. What is the attorney for? At least justify a little bit more than this. This is a generic stuff. He actually that's under Form 4. Maybe the budget is for $3,180,918. Out of the cash bond, object code number 6520 consultancy. It's at $1,600,000. Attorney fee, object code 6660 for a object code 6670 6680. $3,180,000 out of so yeah, specified. That's all. Listen to specification. It is you can see this. Also, being documented. Sending it out. Tony, what I thank you. Pro Tem Vice Chairman.
Coach, check. Before I turn the floor back over to the sponsor, any other questions from the Budget and Finance Committee members? I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to you, Chairman Henio. You're the sponsor of this legislation and your agents.
Katrina, thank you, Kayla, Vice Chair Smith, Lieutenant Chair for the questions, and then therefore I'll defer back to Madam Controller, Ms. Begay, and also the agent, Mr. Jimmy.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio. The question regarding the vacant positions, similar to what we have experienced with the other business units within the Office of the Controller, the accountant position, as well as the investment manager position. It's a hard to fill position. We advertised the positions, but we did not get any referrals from Department of Personnel Management, but we continually advertise the position. We're still looking. And with regards to consulting fees, attorneys, it's a fee for specialized service, even though we have our DOJ attorneys that help us. We need specialized attorneys. For example, the gaming enterprise loan forbearance agreement, as well as any other projects that the investment section has to undertake. We need to get outside legal counsel. And of course, that's with the guidance of DOJ as well. So this is a budget that we need under the permanent trust fund. And Jeremy can add the additional explanation. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Thank you. And thank you, Delegate Yellow here for the question. For the personnel, we did realize that the problem. One thing that we did this year is we lowered the standard for the investment manager. We redid the PCQ so that eligible applicants would be eligible, because before we were getting applicants, but they weren't eligible because they didn't meet the minimum criteria. So we fixed the PCQ and re-advertised that investment manager position. We did have an accountant fill that position. So it's been vacant probably for 2 months now. So at one point it was filled. We're currently looking. That position is being advertised right now and should be closing on the 5th of August. Investment manager should be closing tomorrow. So hopefully we have some applicants for those 2 vacant positions. One of the things that we noticed is that when we redid the PCQ for the investment manager, we had some cost savings because they lowered the grade step for the manager. So what we did was we didn't have a need for an office aide because we have a senior office specialist. So we combined the budget that was for the office aide along with the cost savings from the investment manager. And we're, if you look on Form 5, we are trying to go for an account maintenance specialist, somebody to help us out with data entry. The accountants can handle the journal entries and keeping on top of that. But when it comes to reports, we kind of fall behind, and that's where we could use some help from an account maintenance specialist. So it's currently in the works. We went with DPM's advice, and we didn't note it on Form 3, but we did note it on Form 5 that we're going to be reclassifying the office aide into an accounts maintenance specialist. And so once that's finalized, we can start advertising for that position. As far as the budget, the investment section shares this budget along with the nation's needs. So these budgets here for, you're talking about consulting and attorneys, those are whatever needs the nation comes up with. Like for instance, they were talking about bond financing. So we're gonna need attorneys to help out with that, outside counsel, based off of DOJ's capacity and their advice and who do we need to obtain. We also are in the process of doing a contract for a financial advisor as well to help us out with some of the financing activities, like the bond financing and also the gaming loan. and that's going to be with that object code 6520, the consulting. So these are the budgets that we share with the nation's needs. So we leave that there so that when anytime these special assignments come up and we need those additional helps, that's what those budgets are for, to leave it in there for those needs that could arise. Currently, the attorneys do have some outside counsels that are budgeted underneath the attorney fees right now as well. I believe they have Kutak Rock, who handles a lot of the gaming and the financing. They also have another attorney who uses that line item to help out with litigation. So it's really, we share this budget along with the nation's needs. I believe that's my response, and thank you.
Thank you, Chair Henio and Vice Chair Smith. I believe we answered the question of Delegate Yellowhair.
Katrina, thank you for that response. And so with that response, I defer back to Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair.
Committee members of the Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions?
Delegate Yellowhair. Pro Chair.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
I want to say thank you to Jeremy, Jimmy, to answer these my concerns. But somewhere under just the object code descriptions and justification, because those are justifications what it's for. So your justification is very unique. Hope maybe come back and research this, and we can research this a budget form to put it your justifications in here. Because I'd like to request this for my my colleagues, Budget Finance Committee, so we understand what are these money for. And that's my my directive, Lieutenant Chair. Or training registration that will cost, or area that will cost, or justification for and all specialized service fee because at either or the done the same thing. So she thought it's needed, and that also he budget consummate that they even yet educated information on such to a shown under a 660 attorney under a budget code 6670 and 6680. I think this is also related to 6520 after code consultant. Code is 6530 and for the feet and 6540 expense. These two, they work together under this one checkle services. One sort of like not an any. Could on the floor back to you.
Okay, Lanche. Back to Honorable Chair Henio.
Katrina, thank you, Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair, and I know the question that's being posed to the Controller's Office, Madam Controller. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio and Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem, as well as Delegate Yellowhair. I'll go ahead and defer the response to Jeremy. Jimmy, go ahead, Jeremy.
Thank you for that. My apologies, but my Navajo is very limited. Can I get that question clarified again, please? I'm sorry.
Vice Chair Smith, requesting for clarification and possibly in the English language.
Okay, Chair Henio. Back to Che. The request is up at Lagano. It's a question again.
Okay, yeah, non-determined, yeah. But oh yeah, Mr. Jimmy, under contractual services, 65,000 account. My concern was there was not at least put some justifications under 6520 consultant fees and also expense, especially under object code number 66060 attorneys. We need, like you said, you describe it, justified. Like you said, this is for that. But put more information in there. Not a whole lot, at least give some good information like you just said, and also pertains to expense too, Mr. Jimmy. That's my directive. So this will pass on to, I know what this is for a permanent trust fund. They look for money. And I know about that one. So this is not just for me. This is for the other councils, my colleagues being our committee members. Once Jeremy, I hope you understand English and practice more Navajo Community College or in the college. Yeah, one thoroughly. And Napazar Bayati. One thoroughly. Good Chair, Vice Chairman, thank you.
Back to Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair, and the clarification was made. So with that, I defer back to Mr. Jimmy.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I can definitely work on that. Put some justification underneath the object codes to explain where they're coming from. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Vice Chair Smith, I defer back to you.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Back to the committee members. Any questions? Not hearing any. Let's go to item number 3. I think that's correct, right? Oh, wait a minute. Peggy, are we done with Office of Controller Special Revenue?
With the special revenue, let's see, members of the committee, they went through all of those budgets that they have with the different trust fund accounts and such, right? So I'm thinking that pretty much they've completed their presentation, I believe. The only part that they haven't done is the fixed cost, but that's next in a separate presentation. Beth has other stuff she wants to say.
Mr. Pro Temp Vice Chair Smith, there's still the Judicial Public Safety Facilities report, the investment fees, as well as the finance and accounting. We just done.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Controller, Acting Madam Controller. Let's move on to item I, Judicial Public Safety Facilities Project. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Chair Henio, you have the floor with your agents.
Okay, moving on to the next item, next area of the budget under the controller is the Judicial Public Safety. So therefore, Madam Controller, Ms. Begay.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith, Pro Temp. This is Business Unit 507006, Judicial Public Safety Facilities. Original budget in FY22 is $5,500,000 or $5,500,000. Sorry about that. The proposed budget for FY 2023 is $5,033,900, a reduction of $466,100. And the funding source for this is the sales tax. In general accounting, Mr. Willie, Rob Willie will be connected here. Will be happy to answer your questions on this budget. But this is only for the amortization expense for our bond that we issued for the judicial public safety for your review. Thank you.
Now, before we proceed, when we do proceed on that, could you give us the page number on the electronic type of information we have?
Okay. Right after the Citizen Fund, I don't have the page number, but
It's 84. What? 84.
it's page 84.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So, so this funding source is again from sales tax, and this is just to pay our bond that we issued for the construction of the judicial public facilities. Thank you, Chair Henio and Vice Chair Smith Pro Tem.
Thank you for that presentation. With that, Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair, I defer back to you.
Thank you, Chair Henio and your agents. Budget Finance Committee members, any questions on the Judicial Public Safety Facility Project? Business Unit number 507006.
This is Delegate Yellow here.
Agushi, Shiche, you have the floor.
Okay. There goes statement. DDA amortization expense retained under Object Code 7110 programs. Annual make bonds interest payments. Kaya. I don't know what it means, but this is a lot of money. 5,333,900. Oh, you peso fees. So see, maybe stuck on that. They need to justify a little bit more, at least maybe 10 or 15 words in there or justifications, so that people will understand this. But ila tanzo, this is in the skills that they ain't all this. So too. That's my directive too. It's just like the other one. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. Yeah.
Vice Chair Smith, may I?
Oh, thank you, Shiche. I'll go ahead and let Peggy speak. Shudder, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. Budget and Finance Committee members, if you look at Form 2, Form 2 explains what the use of the program's funding will be for the fiscal year. And it tells you, it gives you more detailed on what the purpose of the funding is. That might help. As I think that OMB reviews these budget forms, and you know, they go through a review process. And so once they're done with that review, if there are to be any changes or edits to those forms, that's when they make those recommendations to the program. And so when they come to the standing committees for presentation, I believe that they're acceptable to OMB. They satisfy whatever OMB has requested of the programs to show in these forms. I'm just giving you that information.
Thank you, Peggy. Now I'll turn the floor back over to Chair Henio.
Christina Queda, Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair for that. Questions, Madam Controller and Mrs. Begay?
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio and Vice Chair Smith, Pro Temp, and Mr. Yellow Hair. Rob Willie is connected on this call. I would like to defer the explanation on this business unit to Mr. Willie. Go ahead, Rob.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. For the record, I did take the oath. This is Robert Willie from General Accounting. So in response to Honorable Yellowhair's request, the information is on Form 2, but we can add the resolution that approved the bond, which was in 15, to add to the more detailed that the committee wishes, if that's what they wish. And this bond goes to 2030, I believe, and it was for actually $52,900,000. So we still have a few years to go on this bond. So if that's kind of the detail that they wish to have, then we can add that going forward. And if I'd be happy to entertain any other questions if the committee so wishes. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Willie, for that response. Back to Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair. Defer back to you.
Thank you, Chair Henio. I have a quick question on this. This is pretty interesting. It says sales tax, and I kind of heard that sales tax, and this is going to be for the term of 10 October to next year's fiscal year ending, the amount of $5,033,900 at 100%. Is that the taxes being collected from the Navajo Nation, and that's going to help pay the bond? Is that what this is about? Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Shannon. Vice Chair Smith, thank you for the question. I'll defer to Mr. Robert Willie.
Thank you, Chair Henio. As you recall, in 2000 and I believe it was 11, there was a Navajo Nation Council resolution which created a certain percentage of sales tax for judicial public safety, the scholarship fund, economic development, and then later in 2016, I believe, they actually added the fire and rescue. So a portion of these taxes, a portion of the sales taxes are funded from this, and each one of these funds, the judicial public safety was actually to build judicial and public safety facilities. The thought was that it would take a number of years to generate enough revenue to actually build. So that was the reason leadership decided to go out and get a loan from KeyBank. And then once KeyBank became due, the thought at that time was to get a bond to fund the rest of this current loan. So that's kind of a brief history of the actual sales tax and the loan. So hopefully that helps clarify that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Back to committee members. Any further questions on the judicial public safety facility project?
Delegate Yellowhair, not at, to pro temp chair.
So I'll go next. Che, you have the floor.
Yeah, no, this is just like Mr. Robert Willie has statement. So, the first statement he made was very good. That statement you made, Mr. Willie, maybe you should put it in here. It's just a short justification. And then there's another 21 years to go to use this money against a loan. It's $5 million, but we all know that the capitalized expenditures for the detention administration building, they're hitting like almost $100 million. Anyway, but thanks for this money for $5,033,000. Mr. Willie, if I'd like to ask you to, little statement would be good for a reference to this information, at least for the community, for others, not for me. Chair without Shanita. Mr. Willie, thank you, Chair. Pro Temp Chair Shatu Parkinson. Yeah, on such Shanata.
Che, back to Honorable Chair Henio. It was a request from Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. You have the floor.
For that request, and I'll defer to Madam Controller, Mrs. Begay, or Mr. Robert Willie.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio. I'll defer the response to Mr. Willie. Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you, Madam Controller. I can actually add the resolution, and if so, I can add the number of years that we have to go on also too, and then we can have those changes for that particular page sent over by the end of the day, if the committee so wishes. Thank you.
Pro Temp Chair, are you still on?
$167.
Chair Henio, is that a response on behalf of that, on the request? Chair Henio, you still on board with us?
Yes, I'm here. We deferred back to you, Pro Temp Chair.
Okay, thank you. I must have missed that part. Che, do you have any further questions?
Thank you. Let's see, let's see. Yeah, Pro Temp Chair. Thank you, Mr. Willie. Your statement. I'm satisfied with that one. Pro Temp Chair. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, Mr. Willie, and also Honorable Chairman Henio. Yeah.
Che, I don't think there's any further questions or requests. Let's move on to item number 3, little 3 I's, investment fee. And could you give us the page number again on that one? Thank you.
What's the page number again? Yeah, Vice Chair Smith, it's page 167.
Thank you. You may proceed with the presentation on it.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith, Pro Temp. We'll be presenting the next item, investment fees, and that's business unit 11 8020. And that is being managed by our investment section as well. So I'll go ahead and defer the presentation to Mr. Jeremy Jimmy. Go ahead, Jeremy.
All right, thank you for that. Will it be going over 118020? This is fixed costs. I believe that's until later down the agenda.
So Vice Chair Smith, Pro Temp, do we have to skip this? And
So Vice Chair Smith, I believe they'll be covering this in a different legislation that's coming up after this legislation. Back to you, Vice Chair Smith.
I guess we'll go ahead and skip that one since that's going to be coming up a little later. That was on the agenda. I'm just following along with this. Let's move on to item number 4 on the agenda, Finance Accounting Scholarship Program. Chair.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Smith, with the Pro Tem Chair. And with that, let's begin the presentation. Madam Controller, Mrs. Begay.
yes, thank you, Chair Hinio and Vice Chair Smith. This particular business unit is also being handled by our investment section. So I'll go ahead and transfer the floor to Mr. Jeremy Jimmy. Thank you. Jeremy, go ahead.
All right, thank you for that. Just to talk about item number 3 on the agenda, the investment fees. I didn't know if that was all of the other trust funds for the investment manager fees. If that was what was dedicated to go over for. But the financial accounting scholarship program, I can go over that now, which is on PDF page 88. So right now, our going over budget form 1, the current budget is 60,000. What we're proposing is 60,000 for next year. There's no change in the budget level. This is strictly for scholarships, so there's no personnel fees or any other type of fees associated with it. I believe that's everything that needs to be covered on budget form 1, and I'm ready for any questions that the committee might have.
Okay. Just to add, Chair Hinio, that the goal is to assist 12 students in that it's on budget form 2. Thank you. That concludes the presentation on the Finance and Accounting Scholarship Program.
Thank you for the presentation on this area. So that, Vice Chair Smith, I defer back to you. That completes our Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you, Chair Hanyu, for that and your agents on the information on scholarship program. Committee members, any questions? There was a text I got. What tab number is that so that they could follow along? That could be clarified. Committee members, any questions regarding this? Chair Hanio, what's the tab number? Maybe your agents can provide that. They gave us the laptop number, which is good. It's kind of easier to follow along on the laptop.
Madam Controller?
Yeah, it's called Finance and Accounting Scholarship Project. It's on page 88 of your PDF. It's right after the Judicial Public Safety tab. Right after the presentation that was done by Rob Willie.
Committee members of the Budget and Finance, I don't hear any other questions. I think we have completed the Office of Controllers. Now we're at the number 3 on the agenda, B&F Budget and Finance Committee discussion / action. At this point in time, we have heard the legislation, which is met its 5-day comment period. Budget and Finance Committee, is there any discussion on any of these presentations that was brought forth on this legislation?
Chairman. Put them. Chairman.
Honorable Jimmy O'Hare, do you have a question?
Oh, I have a question, Senator, too. Pro Temp Chair.
So this will be on the discussion for the on action items that we may need to do. You may have the floor, Shiche.
Just let me know how if I'm off the subject. Could you give I did excuse me. Budget Form 4 GIA for the object code description justification under LOD 7. Miscellaneous contributions and also others as scholarship. We do these scholarships today for a higher educate and then engineer. I see the you doesn't kitty does all yeah. The about an hundred elders. This scholarship. I could tell you about this. Maybe you should justify a little better for the community so they can understand what about this. Jeremy, Jeremy, Jimmy, Ella, wants to Pro Temp Chair.
Honorable Jimmy O'Hare. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Honorable Chair Henio. It was a question posed. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, Pro Temp Chair, and I believe, but I'll defer to Mr. Madam Controller, Mrs. Begay, and then she might defer to one of her staff members. Madam Controller.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio and Delegate Yellow Hair. Question. This funding comes from special revenue, but of course, Mr. Jeremy Jimmy can explain the detailed explanation on this proposed budget. Thank you. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay, so these two object codes that we have on here are part of our goals. So contributions, those are direct contributions from our investment managers for the nation. So I believe we have a little over 22 investment managers, and every year at the annual meeting, we ask them to make a donation to our finance and accounting scholarship project. This project is overseen by the investment committee. The application period has been open. It's going to be closing pretty soon, and at the next investment committee meeting, we'll be presenting on the new applicants who are eligible to be funded underneath the scholarship. The scholarship is not finite. It depends on how many applied, funding availability. For contributions, our goal is to get every manager to contribute to the scholarship program, along with our consultants and custodian banks, to make that contribution to the scholarship program. So budget form 2 talks about it a little bit more. goal two, or our goal is to award at least 12 students 5,000 for the academic school year. So right now, my staff are gathering the applications and to present to the investment committee for approval. So that's what those two object codes are: contributions coming from externally from our investment managers, custodian banks, and consultants, and the scholarships. It just depends on the applicants, but we're looking to fund 60,000 for the academic school year, and hopefully we have 12 applicants ready to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that response, Mr. Jimmy. So with that, I defer back to you, Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for that information. Any more questions, Budget and Finance Committee members?
This is Doug Yeller. Follow-up questions to Pro Tem Chair.
Question, Chair. Jay, you have the floor.
Yeah, no, Mr. Chairman, Jimmy, I just the remarks you made and that I know about. As for this is based on eligibility scholarship funds for the students with the high educations that were challenged. This is what it's for, because not anybody gets a scholarship fund. They have to eligible for it to apply for the scholarship. That's what I'm asking for, Mr. Jimmy. You've been not kids to Lieutenant Chair.
Committee members, any other questions? Not hearing any. Chair Henio, you are back on the floor.
Katrina, thank you, Vice Chair Smith, and then also for the questions regarding the scholarship again. And again, Mr. Jimmy, if you would explain, you have the floor.
Chair Henio, could you repeat that again? I kind of missed that. It was thundering outside.
I had yield the floor to Mr. Jimmy to provide explanation.
Okay, thank you. Sir Jimmy, you have the floor according to your sponsoring of this legislation. Sponsor.
All right. Yes, thank you for that question, Delegate Yeller here. So the applicants that we're looking for have to have a major in finance, accounting, economics, and public administration. It's going to be in preferences and be given to the undergrad, and we also do the grad as well. We're looking for people with above a 3.0. Current policy says that we're funding them for the full year, and we monitor them with their transcripts as well on a semesterly basis to see how they're doing, to determine their eligibility for continuing funding for the next academic school year. We also look at what they how they use the money. There's a certain stipulations in the policy right now on how the money should be spent. Tuition, books, room and board, food. So those are kind of the things that determine their eligibility. If they should buy something that's not allowable, then it makes them ineligible for the next academic school year. During the open enrollment, we look at their confirmation of their major. We're looking at the grade point average from their transcripts, that they're currently enrolled for the upcoming school year, at a full time. That's another stipulation that's part of the policy, is that they have to be enrolled full time in the school year. I'm trying to find my these are all from memory. I'm trying to find my policy right now on it, because we are currently in an old policy. We did do a revised amendment to the policy, so a lot of what I have is just the revise right now. But that still needs BNF approval before we can exercise the new policies that was approved by IC committee. I think for now that those are off the top of my head, but I'm trying to find my policy and I can send that out later on. That kind of goes over a little bit more in detail of the eligibility requirements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jimmy, for your response back for the question to the committee. Defer back to Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair.
Oh, Sheila. Committee members, Naidi Kirisolo.
Yeah, last one, Audit. Chair, Pro Tem Chair, Mr. Jimmy, thank you very much. I'd like to have a request for just a director to, like you said, put it into just a budget form for justification. It's just more information, but just the way you said, yeah, I read that one with the investments committee. So if there's nothing in here, but OMB statute, add more a little bit in the justification. You see the copy in that committee, though, and then in the budget even yet, Mr. Jimmy, through you, Pro Tem, to Director Stratton Heidi Kill, Dean Heidi does budget justification. Without be totally. Yeah, over thousand been here, you know, I copy in that committee. Once it all this, it's my last remark. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Pro Tem Chair.
Chase, so the directive in KDG, is that what you're making a motion to do a directive? Is what I'm
Yes. Oh.
But that's it. The legislation that the directive that the after we do make a motion and we vote, or there is a motion and there's a second on this legislation. After we vote on this, a directive but we need that language to be given to OLC so that they can provide that as a directive. Without the least, in KDG, maybe you can work with OLC to get this done before, so that we can get the directive in. A motion delito second. How do we vote on the directive after the legislation has been passed?
Pro Tem Chair, my last remark. This information, directive language will be coming from controller. He said a lot of good things about it, Mr. Jimmy. It's just like that. Language. There's other two before. Two. I hope I understand. Yeah.
Ask OLC to get that language ready for directive when it comes to your request for directive, and then they can you can defer that to the person that made that request. I mean, not the request, but made that statement.
Yeah.
Oh, committee members, any further questions? I'm not hearing any. I'm just hearing thunder.
Well, Vice Chair, this is Delegate Henio.
So, Chair Henio, you have the floor.
Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair. Question is to Peggy. Is this legislation has completed the 5-day comment period? That's one question. Then I'll have a follow-up after that.
Thank you for that question, Chair Henio. I've been looking through the what they call it, DIBS, and it is ready for action. The next one that's on the agenda is not ready for action. Okay, with that, Peggy, you want to chime in on that?
Thank you, Vice Chair Do, Chair Henio. The legislation 0142-22 that is before you today, right at the moment, is has completed the 5-day comment posting as of today. It went live today, the 28th of July. So you're in order as far as making amendments or putting it, tabling it until the 1st of August. You know, it's up to you to decide how you want to do. I think it would be, I have a recommendation as far as the, at the conclusion of all of these budgets, we didn't hear those trust funds. They're only single line, but they, you know, they have dollar amounts like the land acquisition trust, the vocational trust, handicap trust, the graduate fund, the those are all part of the investment portfolio. And usually we have an overview of those real quick presentations from the investment section. But at the conclusion of all of those presentations, then I think it would be good to do a quick summary from the committee on what they heard needed to be done to some of these, like on the budget forms and that kind of stuff. There's corrections that need to be made to Form 1 for 2 that I saw, and then there's unmet need. All of that we have to document with those exhibits. Well, some of them, the corrected budget forms, those will be corrected, and then those will be provided to OMB to make sure that they're recorded properly. And then they go into the big book as we go along to the comprehensive budget process. So that would be my recommendations, kind of to do a summary. I heard the word, directive several times. And so I thought, we'll get an idea of which ones need directives and such. Because Legislative Council has been listening to this discussion as well. That's my comment.
Thank you, Shada, for those comments and recommendations on behalf of this legislation here. Yes, it has met the 5-day comment period. So back to you, sponsor, Chair Henio.
Katrina here, Vice Chair Smith. The reason why I asked for a 5-day comment period was because we're ready to take action, but we haven't heard one area. And according to the presenters, they made a statement, say, oh, that's not until further down in fixed costs. So, and so kind of makes it look out of sync if we're going to take action, but we did not hear one portion of the budget. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. I'll leave it to the committee members. Committee members, you have any response to that? I'm not hearing any. Chair Henio, the only thing I heard was directive by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair regarding the scholarship language, and he'll be working with OLC after we do make we do vote on this legislation here. On fixed costs, which is next on the agenda, that hasn't met the eligibility 5-day period yet, 7/31. I don't want to jump into that right now, but just for FYI. Shenandoah, any further questions on this legislation?
Vice Chair, how many members do we have on this call?
For now, I keep hearing Honorable Yellowhair and the sponsor and myself.
Vice Chair Smith.
Ramona, could we do a roll call on behalf of the Budget and Finance Committee meeting here?
Pro Tem Delegate Crotty, I'm on the call.
Okay, we do have a quorum. We've got, no, we need one more. Do you have anybody on board with us?
Henyo, yourself, yellow hair, including me, that's 4.
Okay, thank you. Trying to count my toes here. Shananta, Sminigi, further questions? If not, I guess I'll go ahead and ask for the question, call for the question on this legislation 0142-22. We have a motion and a second. Ramona?
Pro Tem, I wanted to ask a question, Pro Tem, real quick.
Go ahead, Shemayaja. I'll let you have the floor.
Thank you. For the unmet need, do we need to add that as a recommendation? Or is there going to be an automatic unmet need listing?
Peggy, could you provide us some guidance on that, unmet needs?
Okay.
For that question? Thank you. You have the floor.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair. During the discussion, I heard that there was a unmet need budget of $196,041 for the purchasing department. Was there any other unmet need? I know that the controller's office stated that they had a shortfall in their budget, but they didn't have an unmet need budget. So as far as I know, there's only one unmet need, and that would have to go on Exhibit E. The program usually prepares that Exhibit E, and then we put it on, we add that as we swap out those exhibits, those blank exhibits and such. So that would need to be addressed by the committee.
Yeah, Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem, if I may, on the unmet need.
Go ahead, Ms. Begay, you have the floor.
Yes, I presented unmet need for the Office of the Controller, and that amount was $974,644. That was presented after that business unit 107022. Also, another unmet need was a property management department for $287,616. And that's for business unit 107021. That's the only 2 unmet need that we presented. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem.
Thank you for that clarification. Acting Controller Mrs. Elizabeth Gay. Back to Honorable Crotty. There is some unmet needs. Turn the floor over to you, Honorable Crotty.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Pro Tem. If I could make the motion, or if I'm in order, I'd like to ask that those unmet needs be added to Exhibit E. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Peggy.
Before I recognize that motion, I'll turn the floor over to Peggy, our advisor. Peggy?
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. As far as the unmet need, do we have those documented? Do we have those, the documents for that? Do we have that?
Yes, Peggy, that was included after the base planning amount allocation. Right after that. There's no separate tab, but it was part of the whole presentation.
Okay, I didn't find that in the budget forms. That's the reason why I'm kind of puzzled about that with your budget. Let me see. In this binder that I have, I didn't see It just says summary of changes to budgeted positions. And that was the last item of page 7 of 7 for you, for the Office of the Controller. If that is the one that needs 974,000. And then the one for property, those, let's see, property, the one for property, let's see, I have only the changes to budgeted positions, that's all. And I see that it says 196,041. And then, as the program name title, it says property management, unmet needs, and their total is $196,041.83. And that's on page 6 of 6 for property management. So I'm kind of wondering if I'm missing something here. Oh, okay, for the page 7 of 7, it does say unmet need, but the total here is $385,861. It's not 974,000, as you mentioned. That's in this binder that I have. So I have a question on that. The other thing too is Chair Henio and Vice Chair Smith and Budget and Finance Committee. I believe that we got the memo from the President's office on how the executive branch allocated their funds. And then I understand that on Monday, this coming Monday, the 1st of August, that they will also have information about their unmet need, how they're going to address the unmet need. And so I'm wondering if the controller's office for their unmet needs, those 2 items that they mentioned, if those are going to be addressed by the president, vice president. I don't know what the process was for the unmet need that supposedly is going to be addressed. If I'm understanding that right. Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
So is that your question? To who are you posing that question to?
To the executive branch, the controller, or Rob, Dominic, if he's on the call, OMB, if I'm just wondering if how are we going to address the unmet needs as an exhibit to the budget legislation if we won't know until Monday how the president's office is going to address the unmet needs. I know that it was mentioned that there was 40 million. I think that was with Shadeja's question, the 40 million that is supposed to be budgeted, used to, with the budgeting process this year. And if that's where they're going to, that funding, if that's going to be the source for meeting the unmet needs so that we wouldn't have any unmet need. That's what I'm wondering. Does somebody know the answer to that question?
I appreciate that clarification. Madam Acting Controller, do you have the answer, or any of your, or back to Chair Henio, any of your agents may have that answer?
Vice Chair Smith, thank you. And earlier when we were doing recognizing guests and visiting officials, we did have a representative from the Office of the President and Vice President on the line, Mr. Leonard Sosi. was on the call. I don't know if he's still on the call right now, but in the meantime, though, I'll defer to Madam Controller, Mrs. Begay.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio, Vice President or Vice Chair Pro Temp. This, we did present our unmet need to the executive branch review team, and the budget that we prepared has the chief of staff's signature on it. So they're aware of the unmet needs for the Office of the Controller, as well as with the property management department. And I believe they're compiling all the unmet needs for the executive branch and come up with a list. But during our presentation, we were told that it will be the president and his key staff that will make the decision on the unmet needs for the executive branch. Jorginho.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Begay, for your response. And Vice Chair Smith, usually in the past, we would get the unmet need listing from the Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Bial. So therefore, I'll leave it up to you, Pro Tem Chair, if you wish to call upon him. I defer back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you for that, Madam Controller, Acting Madam Controller, and also Chair Henio. At this point in time, is OMB on board? We're having a question on unmet needs, and there is a possibility of doing a motion in a second to address that motion to add the unmet needs. And Mr. Dominic Bial, are you there?
Budget and Finance, Chairperson. This is Danette with OMB. Dominic's on a call right now with the President's office.
Dominic's on the call. Is that what you said?
He's on another call with the President's office.
Okay. Are you taking his case to the question?
That would be a question for Dominic.
Okay. At this point in time, there's no OMB to confer or make that information provided for the motioning party. Back to Honorable Crotty, according to what was said, you wanted to motion this. What is your take on that?
Pro Tem, if Mr. Bial's not available to answer the question, I think at this point is this the time to add on to Exhibit E to address the unmet needs? I think that's just what I need to know. Hopefully, maybe our legislative council can help us so that we could move this along while we wait for the comprehensive unmet needs listing. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mayoza. Office of Legislative Counsel, there's a question posed from Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, what I propose to do is ask Ms. Begay, Elizabeth Begay, to send me a revised Exhibit E. As you know, the one posted on DIB is blank. So if she sends me a revised one, I can check it against my notes and verify with Peggy also that the individual fixed cost line items that the committee wants added are indeed on there, and verify that the revised Exhibit E is what the committee wants. And then the committee can have the revised prepared legislation ready to vote on August 1st at the meeting on August 1st. So that's my recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that recommendation, Legislative Council. Back to Chair Henio and your agents. That was a request from OLC.
Vice Chair, this is Peggy. I can comment too.
I'll go ahead. I'll give you the floor, Peggy. Peggy, you have the floor.
Thank you, members of the committee. What you can do is you could table it until tomorrow and have if you want to deal with this today or during this session, then if the controller could do an amended Exhibit E, then we could go ahead and revisit this legislation tomorrow during the revisits, and you could vote on it tomorrow if you would like to do that. And that would take care of this legislation as being completed, if that's how you want to do it.
Back to Honorable Karate. There's a request from OLC to OOC for revise, and I don't know if that can be done at this point in time, but there's a recommendation. I know that Peggy's our advisor, but that recommendation, we could set this aside for now and then revisit tomorrow with the corrected information, and also have OMB chime in on this information that's pending. Back to you, Honorable Karate.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. Yeah, let's do that. Well, if I need to make a motion asking for a revisit tomorrow for OMB to review and just make sure all of the information is in order, and requesting the unmet needs be developed into an Exhibit E. Thank you, Pro Tem.
I take that as a motion to table this till tomorrow and have all the necessary requests that you're requesting to be in order, and we'll revisit that tomorrow before the end of the adjournment.
No, Vice Chair Smith is Henio.
This is Delegate Yellowhair. I'll second motion to Honorable.
Vice Chair Smith is Delegate Henio before you recognize the motion.
Yes, I just got muted. So back to the sponsor of this legislation, Chair Henio.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith, thank you. Just FYI, Budget and Finance Committee, there's a lot of lightning over here where I live at, raining, and internet shut down twice on me and came back on. So just in case it shuts down again, and I have no phone signal after that, and if you try to call on me, I'm going to be driving down the highway trying to look for signal after this. If it should shut down, if I should not respond. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, thank you for that information. We'll keep that in mind. We do have a co-sponsor, though. It's Honorable Chair or Speaker Damon. So there is a request for a motion to revisit this by Honorable Karate. That was a second on this by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. It's table until we get all this information, and we'll be revisiting this tomorrow. So we'll call for the question on the tabling of this legislation. Ramona?
Yes, Vice Chairman, roll call vote on the motion table. Honorable Jamie Kenyo, how do you vote?
I'm agreeing.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Henya votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, how do you vote? Motion.
I'll vote green. I'll vote
Okay.
green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi, how do you vote?
Shadow, this is Delegate Amber Kines-Balcardi. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. 4 in favor, none opposed on the table in motion, and Vice Chair not voting, and another member not voting. So this will be tomorrow in regards of the table in motion. Moving on forward to the next item on the agenda is legislation number 0144-22. But before I ask Shudder to read this into the record, we had set precedents at one point in time. I remember Jana was on the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, and the legislation was not ready, and it was still in the 5-day comment period. Within that 5-day comment period, we couldn't entertain that. So is that still something that we should abide by? Because this hasn't gone through the 5-day comment period. It's going to be eligible July 31st, which is a Sunday. And that's my question to OLC, because that was one thing that was brought forth. We were going to entertain a legislation. And I saw that language in the procedures that is recommended for the budget and finance on behalf of our business here. That was regarding step 1, step 2, and step 3. Step 3 is, or step 1 talks about the budget hearing. Last year, some committees treated the Oversight Committee budget legislation in the same manner as committees treat any legislation. Well, it is a completely acceptable approach. It did not work smoothly for most committees for a variety of reasons not discussed herein. The process recommended below for this committees who are seeking a different approach or process of the FY 2023 Oversight budget legislation. We did say that we wanted to have a quorum. We did say that we want to have the 5-day comment period completed. And if we do go into a work session mode, how does that put our agenda into place? I guess that question would go to OLC. OLC?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a little bit curious. The posting on the Navajo Nation website for the Budget and Finance Committee meeting for today and tomorrow actually says hearing, oversight budget hearing. Since the beginning, the committee since the start of this meeting today, the committee has followed its rules and has treated this as a somewhat formal, as a formal meeting, and in terms of voting and quorum and such. And that is consistent with the Budget and Finance Committee Rules of Order, Rule 1 through 14 that I was provided. However, I do think the decision needs to be made if the committee will or will not consider or hear legislation, discussions on legislation prior to completion of the 5-day comment period. I believe that the necessity for the 5-day comment period is for a formal vote on the legislation. If no formal vote on a particular legislation will be taken by the committee today, if that is going to be moved to the August 1st meeting, then I think it's perfectly fine for the committee to hear and discuss and debate legislation on the agenda today. Just no formal action on that particular legislation because of the lack of the 5-day period. So that would be, that's my advice, and I hope I answered the question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Office of Legislative Counsel. In my mind, this legislation 0144-22 has not met the 5-day comment period, and it's eligible until 7/31/2022 of this year. So therefore, I'm asking if we could eliminate that for now. I'm asking how we do that, and then just entertain it on August 1st of 2022 when it's eligible. That way we can take action, we can do discussion, and we can make amendments if needed and directives if needed on this legislation. The other that's coming up, 0118-22 is met the 5-day comment period, and 0139-22 is also met the 5-day comment period. So we did make a precedent saying that we want a quorum. We want to do this as a regular legislation. It says that we are treating the Oversight Committee is the same matter as treating any legislation. So we're treating it as any legislation. That means we are a precedent on behalf of the legislation needs to meet the 5-day comment period. So it'd be just an exercise if we do the legislation on 0144-22. And I think that should be wait until 7/31, and August 1st would be when it's eligible for, and we're having a budget and finance meeting at that point in time. Office of Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully understand, and that makes a lot of sense. I would just say that if you want to delete items off the agenda for today and tomorrow's meeting, because they have not finished the 5-day period, you could certainly do that. I think you would have to suspend the rules because you've already adopted the agenda, I believe, and that would be suspending the rules and pulling up the agenda once again to then change the agenda. On the other hand, if you decided to hear the presentations today from the various programs on the fixed costs especially is pretty lengthy, that would help in preventing a possible backlog tomorrow and on August 1st. If one or more of the legislations on today's agenda are deleted and no program presentations are done today, then there is the danger, as I believe Peggy mentioned this morning, that we might be running out of time. We might be backlogged and running out of time getting to all of these. It's not the reading of the legislation and voting on it. It's the presentations by each program and each line item presentation that's listed on the agenda that takes quite a long time. We just finished, the first item, and it's already 3 o'clock. So it's totally up to the committee what you all want to do. I'm just giving you sort of both options. If you can delete them off the agenda if you prefer, or you can hear at least the presentations and then table the legislation, come back on the 1st, and then pull them back up from the table and then vote on them at that time. That gives Legislative Council time to prepare any necessary amendments and for programs to give us revised exhibits. Whereas if everything is done on the 1st, that really limits our time to get the prepared revised exhibits to the committee to be voted on. But again, it is the committee's call. So back to you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair.
No, thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. Also, as the related council. I heard Peggy. Peggy?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. What you could do is, if you decide to go ahead and delete the item legislation number 0144-22 on fixed costs, you could, we could go ahead and request a budget hearing to continue for August 1st. But you would really have to be committed to start at 8 o'clock and have a couple of hours to just complete that particular legislation. Hopefully the others won't get tabled. But if they do get tabled, I guess those can be for finalization during the August 1 special meeting that could be done. But for the continuation to hear the fixed cost, if the committee has concerns and hesitations about dealing with a legislation that hasn't completed the 5-day posting, then you could have a budget hearing on August 1st from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock. And hopefully you would have addressed everything. You could do formal action at that point. By that, I mean, take a motion and second. And then if you have to table it to finalize it later that day, you could do that and then bring it off the table and finalize it on August 1st or during the second meeting of the month, because we have to change that date to accommodate the last week of the budget hearings that you will be conducting on the 16th of August. So that's on the agenda for the 1st of August as an action item. But anyway, so that's something to consider too, that's a possibility if you want to go there.
Thank you for that advice, Peggy, on the deletion of 0144-22 and start August 1st at 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. before the budget session that we usually have, and have the budget hearing at 8 to 10. That could be done. I'll leave it up to the committee members. Committee members, we have a legislation that hasn't met the 5-day comment period. Is there any committee members that want to speak on this behalf?
This is Delegate Yellowhair, Pro Tem. Vice Chairman.
Honorable Jamila Harris, you have the floor.
Okay, sure. Thank you, our advisory package sister. What else you out there? So August 1st. What is it? Legislation 0144-22 for this comment. Kita to soal natla. Hotel ya siya to sunta. They had a hotel ya. Nanita will start from 8 to 10.
Gusheng, so you're wanting to suspend the full rules and to delete legislation 0144-22 until August 1st. Is without motion.
Without motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, and there is a motion to delete this item because of the 5-day comment period hasn't been met till August 1st, start at 8 a.m. Do I hear a second?
Roll call.
Okay, I hear Honorable Chair Henyu second the motion on this suspension of full rules to delete item legislation 0144-22. call for the question. Ramona, roll call vote.
Yes, Vice Chairman, roll call vote on the motion. Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote?
I agree.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Cruddy. Can you restate the motion?
Yes, the motion party deleted the fixed cost legislation 0144-22 until August 1st, beginning at 8 a.m. And the motion party was Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, and second was motion by Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Okay, thank you. Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth Cardi, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Yate Sue, Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you, Shache. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, Vice Chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote, Shanella. Appreciate that. At 4-0, Vice Chair not voting and 1 member not voting. This suspension of floor rule passes to have our legislation 0144-22 be heard on August 1st, starting at 8 a.m. Okay, Alana, thank you. At this point in time, I'll turn the floor back over to Chair Henyo. Chair Henyo, your next legislation, you have a co-sponsor, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, on legislation number 0118-22.
Alana, Vice Chair Smith, for your assistance. With this, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, are you willing to take the seat for this legislation?
Yata Chair. Ashibira.
Kushina, thank you, for assisting. Let's move down to the next legislation, which is legislation 118-22. Peggy, if you read that legislation to the record, please.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Legislation number 0118-22 is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Budget and Finance Committee 24th Nomination Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Jamie Henio, co-sponsored by Nathaniel Brown. Tracking number 0118-22, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2023 comprehensive budget. So we have Exhibit A, which is a table that shows the business unit number, the program title, FY 2022 general fund budget, proposed general fund budget, indirect cost fund, personnel lapse fund, external funds, cash match, proprietary fund, fiduciary fund, special revenue fund, internal, special revenue fund, external. So for FY 2022, the general fund budget was $1,464,322. And the proposed general fund budget for FY 2023 is $1,424,404. There's no indirect cost fund. Personnel lapse fund is $34,802. And then the total is $1,459,206. So let's see. The Exhibit B is the general fund comparative summary. And then Exhibit C is the recommended changes. Exhibit D is the conditions of appropriations, legislative concerns. Exhibit E is unmet need. And those three exhibits are blank. Have the legislative council memo. The internet public review shows no comments made. Mr. Chair. That concludes reading.
Thank you, Peggy, for that reading of the legislation. I do see Mr. Mark Graham on the line here, so let's move forward with a motion. There a motion
Delegate Yellowhair, motion.
Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. There's second. There's a motion on the floor for 118-22. Is there a second?
Vice Chair Smith, second.
Yeah, my second by Vice Chair Smith. So we do have a motion and second on the floor. With that, I'll yield 10 minutes for the presentation of this legislation. The co-sponsor, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Do you have the floor?
Oh, yeah, Craigie, Shenanda, Ado Budget and Finance, Kudo Dyson Notsangi, Shik Edo Shitne, Ado Craigie, the Hashin Zago di de Bendas Nisho, Ado Craigie di the budget gear the Ashley, so bear with me. Craigie Sheba Nahol Jizo left legislation 0118-22. Ado Kwaini Denkichi Yilka. Ado, let me turn the time over to our so I understand that we do have the tax commission is available. So Chair, if we can allow the presentation on 0118-22, Navajo Nation Tax Commission so I turn the time over to Navajo Nation Tax Commission.
Okay, Nashnanda, for the presentation, Mr. Mark Graham, Executive Director for Navajo Nation Tax Commission.
Chairman Henyo, can you hear me?
Oh.
Good morning, Chairman Henyo, Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Mark Graham, and I'm basically born for Irish. I am now the Executive Director of the Navajo Tax Commission. I've been in the position now 6 weeks. I'm sorry I have not been formally introduced to the committee, but I now take this role as Executive Director and come before you with my budget. My budget is pretty simple, as you can see from the forms that Ms. Nakai had gone through. I just wanted to give some highlights to my budget. What you can't see. So our office administers 8 enacted Navajo taxes, 1 tax regulation. That's actually the alcohol licensing. We process all of the tax returns from the 4,000 plus taxpayers that we have here operating on the Navajo Nation, and we receive their payments. Our office has 18 staff, and we share 1 position with Department of Justice. From those 18 staff, we have 6 compliance officers, 5 tax auditors, 2 accounting staff, 2 office specialists. I have 1 IT person, 1 property assessor, and then All these positions that I have within my office, they're all deemed sensitive by Department of Personnel. That's important, and I'll cover that in a bit. The tax auditors and compliance officers, they enforce the tax code. They make sure that taxpayers are properly recording their tax payment that they've made, that it's clerically accurate, that the tax return is timely filed and timely paid. We do have our tax auditors who go out and actually conduct the field audits. They go back 6 years and do an in-depth review with the taxpayers. My compliance officers do what I call desk audits. They review from their desk whether the taxpayer has timely filed or timely paid the returns. And then the last one I have is my property assessor. And under the possessory interest tax that we have enacted here on the Navajo Nation, the property assessor will go out and value the properties, determine the value, and then apply a tax to that property and then collect the revenue from that. One of the added, actually two of the added roles that my office now plays is the licensing of facilities that sell alcohol, and then also doing all the procurement clearances. Those are added burdens that can really tie up my compliance staff. Some of the highlights from my 2023 budget, we received probably the second lowest budget allocation throughout the executive branch at $1.4 million. This is only about just over 1% of the amount of revenue that the office generates. Within our operating budget, 95% of that operating budget is personnel. We were greatly affected this year, much like you're going to hear from every other program. That fringe benefit increase of 8% really hit us. And when we initially drafted our budget, we had to cover an additional $174,000 in fringe benefit expenses because of that increase in the fringe benefit. We were able to adjust that and cover some of that by reducing some of the hours in our vacancies that we have. So the impact was not as big, but it still will affect our operating budget. We do expect to generate $107 million this year. I really do think that we'll have a higher revenue generation this year as we open up more. More businesses will be operating, and so more revenue will be generated under especially the sales tax, the hotel occupancy tax, and then the junk food tax. So that's the highlights from our 2023. In our 2022 budget, O&B will cover some of the efficiencies that we've had in our reporting, and primarily that's from all of the vacancies that our office has. As I mentioned, we have 18 full-time positions, but last year or through this year, we've had about, on average, 7 to 5 vacancies. And going back to what Madam Controller had mentioned, very hard to fill the positions. Right now, I have 2 tax compliance officer positions that have been advertised for the last 7 months, and I've got no interest from individuals wanting to apply for that position. If you really look at the Navajo Nation's job vacancy announcement, I would say about a third of those positions are finance positions or accounting positions. So Navajo Nation is in great need of accountants, bookkeepers, individuals to fill these positions because they're open and no one's applying for all of these positions. But that's one of the effects for my office. And as I mentioned, all of my positions are deemed sensitive. So for myself, it took 3 months for me to go through the Navajo criminal history report. So I could have been here in April, but that delay, I didn't get here until just 6 weeks ago. I have a tax auditor who had to wait 16 weeks, and we won't see her until August 15th because that'll be the next pay period. So although I can see the importance of doing background checks, there's a big backlog that's occurring currently that's delaying us getting individuals into these positions, filling these positions, and then, not only doing the job, but then also covering our expenses. So what you're going to see also in my own B report then is that I'm not fully spent my money. A majority, like I mentioned, 95% of my budget is personnel. So if 95% of my budget is personnel and I have a third of my staff vacant positions, I'm not going to spend my money because I'm not able to fill my positions. And already I've projected that even if I were to hire someone today because of the sensitive positions that they are, I couldn't see these individuals until January 1st because of how long it would take them to get through the clearance process. So those are some highlights from this year, and what I'm expecting going into next year. I really do hope to fill these positions, get my staff going, and collecting the revenue for the Navajo Nation. I know the importance of this position. I served in this position 16 years ago. I continue to look to come back and help the Navajo Nation in this role. So, Mr. Chair, I'm open up for any questions. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, does that complete your presentation?
Chair, that completes the presentation from the Tax Commission.
Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions on this legislation?
This is Delegate Yellow here. Yate. Good afternoon.
Delegate Yellow here, you have the floor.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Chairman. Budget, I didn't see the budget beat then. I don't see budget in here for a tax commission. Also, tax commission. I don't have budget in here. Beat then. And all I have is information on general fund comparative summary. Edit offices. So see the on the summary of the fund type budget summary. So on one column, 1.4 million. DKA 1.4 million. A little over $100. Personal less fund. Audit offices. So those general fund tax commission proposed budget 23. One page, 1,464,000. Area. Could office in the data. That's legislative concern, obviously. Needs budget, unmet needs budget, a blank. I let Elodie, she does actually.
Delegate Jamil here. I'd like to sponsor Delegate Nathaniel Brown. That's what we usually hear numbers from the programs giving us numbers, but this was just a narrative that their agent had just covered. So defer back to you, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, I'm looking through my email. I am just Chair, Auto Budget and Finance Committee. I'm looking through. I'm also I'm looking at the legislation right now, but I'm also expecting the another presentation to be mailed out. So if Peggy, do you have that PowerPoint presentation? Is there any of that available from, and I guess as my agent, do we have that available? Yeah.
Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Chair and Delegate Yellow Hair. So I provided to legislative what they had requested in those forms. We also then do have our budget summary, but I wasn't sure if OMB was going to go first, and then I can go over the numbers, but I can definitely go over the budget summary that we had prepared, and we had gone through at least the executive branch with the totaling out to that 1.4 million.
Okay, let's pause here for a little bit. Okay, Mr. Graham, for your reminding me. And just watching the flood outside my house now. I have a lot of water running right across my house, right on my street here, on my dirt road. Anyway, let's go to Office of Management and Budget. This was just an introduction to the legislation. So let's go to Office of Management and Budget, and let's hear the OMB report. And then after that, I'll come back to the sponsor and the agent, Navajo Tax Commission, to go over the numbers with the committee. But in the meantime, Mr. Graham, if you would email their budget to Ms. Peggy Nakai, and then she could disseminate that to the Budget and Finance Committee. So OMB, Office of Management Budget, who will be presenting? Office of Management and Budget.
Mr. Chair, this is Janet McCabe with the Office of Management and Budget. I will be presenting the budget summary.
Ms. McCabe, were you able to take the oath?
Oh, no.
Morning? Okay. Peggy, if you would administer the oath, please.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. For all those that will be speaking to the fixed cost budget, please state your name for the record.
Peggy, this is a tax commission.
Yeah, sorry, tax commission, you're right. I'm like doing so many things at once that, yeah, anyway. Those that will be providing testimony on tax commission, please raise your right hand and state your name for the record. We can start.
Janet McCabe.
Okay, Janet, thank you.
Yep. Mark Graham.
Thank you, Mark. Anybody else from OMB?
This would be Nanette Francisco with OMB, budget analyst.
Okay, thank you, Nanette. Is that it? Okay, do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes.
Thank you, Nanette.
I do.
Thank you, Janet.
I do.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, Chair.
Thank you, Peggy. With that, Ms. McCabe, you have the floor. You may proceed.
Okay. If you go to the table of contents, there is A through G, beginning with A, the FY23 fund types budget summary. B is the third quarter budget expenditure report. C is the third quarter performance assessment report. D is the third quarter plans of operations status report. E is the conditions of appropriations legislative concern report. F is the external funds expenditure report. And G is the single audit report. Moving on to tab A, the FY23 fund type budget summary. There is only one business unit for the Office of the Tax Commission, beginning with the FY22 general fund budget for a total of $1,464,322. The proposed general fund budget is $1,424,404. The indirect cost fund is $0. The personnel lapse is $34,802. The column for matching fund is $0. Proprietary fund is $0. Fiduciary fund is $0. Special revenue internal is $0. Special revenue fund external $0, with a total of $1,459,206. Moving on to tab B, the third quarter budget status report. Beginning with the general fund for the tax commission, the original budget is $1,464,322. Revised budget, $1,561,654.32. Actual, $611,172.33. Encumbrances is $64,668.81. Budget available is $885,813.18, with an expense total of 43.2%. With the asterisk note, noting that the under expenditure by 65,000 or less, with one asterisk. The double asterisk is the over expenditure by 85% or more. Moving on to tab C is the third quarter performance assessment report. There is only one business unit. Again, the scoring is 3 exceeds their goal statement, 2 meet their goal statement, 1 does not meet their goal statement, 0 is the program did not report the actual results to OMB. I will read the average quarterly scores, beginning with the first quarter, 1.40, second quarter is 2.20, third quarter is 1.80.
Mr. McCabe?
Yes.
Are you able to share your screen of what you're reading?
Oh, no, I'm just on the teleconference.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Tab D is the Plan of Operations Status Report. The Office of Navajo Tax Commission has an updated Plan of Operation that was adopted in 2014, which is current and updated. And moving on to Tab E, the Conditions of Appropriation and Legislative Concerns Report, there is none. Tab G, the External Funds Expenditure Report, none. G, the Single Audit Report for 2020, there is none. And that concludes the OMB report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the report for this legislation. On Office of Management Budgets Report, committee members, Budget and Finance Committee, is there any questions for OMB? Okay, I'm hearing none, so I can't allow Mr. McCabe for the report, and that's to stay on the line in case we might need to come back to you for further clarification on certain items. With this, I'll defer back to the sponsor. I'll get Nathaniel Brown and your agent to provide the a more detailed budget report for FY 2023. You have the floor.
Oh yeah, I thank you, Chair of Budget and Finance Committee. I'll give the time to Mr. Mark Graham with Tax Commission. Yeah.
Mr. Graham, were you able to send documentation to Ms. Peggy Nakai?
First of all, thank you, Chairman Henyo and Delegate Brown. I do have staff who are emailing that now to Ms. Nakai. And our budget really isn't that big. It shouldn't take too long. So I can just start going through the numbers, and as Ms. Nakai receives the document, she'll then send it out and share it with the members of the Budget and Finance Committee. So as was previously mentioned, my general fund allocation is $1.4 million, $1,424,404. I do then have an allocation from the Personnel Lapse Fund of $34,802. So that gives me a total general fund budget of $1,459,206. Here in the office, we've then allocated that. As I mentioned previously, about 95% of that goes into our personnel. So in line 2000 personnel expenses, $820,870 gets. I'm sorry. Actually, that's the approved budget from last year. My proposed budget and my personnel fund, my personnel expenses are increasing, as I mentioned, because of the fringe benefit increase. So when you compare last year to this year, I've had to increase my personnel fund, my personnel expenses by $72,549. So my new proposed budget is $1,355,419 just for my personnel expenses. As I mentioned, that is 95% of my total operating budget. I do then have money in my travel expense. I do have $17,000. That's a decline from last year of $21,000. I do have money in supplies. This year, we're allocated $36,682. That's a decline of $43,048. We do have also money that we had to put into lease and rental. We have basically this is our own office expense, fixed cost. We have Xerox machine, so we have and some other activity that we have that gets leased out. So we have to keep it at the same amount as last year. So we allocated $7,287. In the communication utilities, we allocated $15,206. That's a decline of $600. In our contractual services, we have to keep that. Again, that's a fixed cost for us. As I mentioned previously, one of the taxes that Navajo Nation has is a possessory interest tax. We have a consultant who assists the office in doing the valuations of our natural resource leases, especially the coal mines. So we do have that fixed cost in contractual of $17,000. That's no change from last year. We then have some money in our special transactions. We budgeted $10,612. That's a decline from last year of $13,000. So comparing where we're at this year to what we are proposing and what we received this year, we actually had a decline of $5,117. So that's the overall operating budget. We then had, as I mentioned, 19 total staff, 18 are full-time under me. One is cost shared with the Department of Justice. It's our attorney. Mr. Chair, do you have, should I continue?
Yeah, that would complete this part of the presentation from the Office of the Navajo Nation Tax Commission. Yeah.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, Mr. Graham, thank you. We finally did receive your budget forms through the email, so I have it pulled up in front of me. With this Budget and Finance Committee, are there questions regarding the budget for the Navajo Nation Tax Commission? Are there any questions? I'll call for the question to accept the legislation. Delegate Jimmy, you have the floor.
Yeah, yes, we don't have the budget. I know it's written and brought to our attention the total amount, but where's the documents of budget? The Chairman.
Okay, Delegate Jimmy here. We did end up. It came through the email. I have it right here in front of me. The email is just received right now.
From who?
From
Chairman?
Peggy. Peggy.
Chair Henio, I sent it out at 3:43.
Oh, I did get it. I just got it. I'm looking at it now. So Shanada, don't get your hair. We did receive it. I'm looking at the budget right now. Any other questions on the budget? Shanada, Budget and Finance Committee. If there's no questions or comments, we'll go to vote to accept this legislation. So with that, Ramona, roll call vote to accept legislation. That's before us right now.
Sure, Chairman Henio, roll call vote on the legislation number 0118-22. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable
I vote
Amber,
green. I saw the screen right here. I hope everything is the same the way he read to us. I vote green.
okay, thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote?
Sada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Shakira, roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Chair,
Chair, Vice Chair Smith.
I vote green. My phone dropped. I vote green.
Okay, Ramona.
Yes, Vice Chairman, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green, so the vote count for the legislation 0118-22 is 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. 118-22 receives a due pass. Thank you. Thank you, Graham. Next legislation. Next legislation is legislation 139-22, Division of Human Resources. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you're a co-sponsor. Do you wish to remain as a in the hot seat?
Yes, I can.
Although we do have Andrea Holmes. Are you on the line?
Hello. Yes, we are on the line.
Kashina, thank you. Peggy, if you'd read the legislation into the record, please. Peggy?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I have a million things going on at once. I have all these people emailing me and texting me. I'm nuts here. Anyway, okay, legislation number 0139-22. This is a proposed standing committee legislation. Is this the right? It's stamped that it's going to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. That's why I'm questioning it. 24th Navigation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Jamie Hinyo, sponsored by Nathaniel Brown, tracking number 139-22, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Division of Human Resources, Retirement Services, Retirement Funds, and Retirement Plan Administration Committee, and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's fiscal year 2023 comprehensive budget. So we go to Exhibit A. Exhibit A has the FY 2022 general fund budget summary, or the total is $66,611,900. So for the FY 2023 proposed general fund budget, there's 0 indirect costs fund, 0 personnel lapse fund, 0 external funds cash match is blank, proprietary fund 0, fiduciary fund is $70,760,600, special revenue internal 0, special revenue fund external 0. Total budget of $70,760,600. So then you go to Exhibit B, which shows the totals, $70,760,600. Exhibit C, nothing, blank. Exhibit D, blank. Exhibit E, blank. And then the Legislative Council memo, the Internet Public Review has no comments. Chair. So the O&B report, I believe I sent that out to you too, so it's there. Thank you.
Okay, Shane, thank you, Peggy. No, yes, we did. I did receive it. I'm opened all four attachments. So OMB report is in your email. So with that, the sponsor of the legislation, Nathaniel Brown. You have 10 minutes to introduce the legislation to the committee, then I'll go to OMB after that.
Chair Hinio, we need to do the oath.
Okay, I'm sorry. Ms. Holmes, Andrea Holmes, have you taken the oath yet?
Not verbally, but I emailed it to Peggy, and I also have another retirement staff, Sunny Aaron Begay, with me.
So I guess go ahead now, both take the oath at this time, and
Okay.
then we'll go from there. Peggy, go ahead.
Our right hand is raised.
Okay, would you state your name for the record, please?
Andrea Holmes.
Sunny Aaron Begay.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes.
Thank you, Andrea. Aaron,
Yes.
I didn't hear that.
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Peggy, for that reminder. And with that, Shinada Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, Nana. Okay, let me see. Am I unmuted? I was muted. But again, thank you, Budget and Finance Committee, and to the Division of Human Resources. I did hear Miss Andrea Holmes and Sunny Begay will be giving us a report. Eshikwegi Bahado Achik Edo Shudne. So, Chair, I would like to give time to Miss Andrea Holmes and her staff for the presentation. Yeah.
Thank you, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Ms. Andrea Holmes and Mr. Begay, just do a general overview of the budget for FY 2023. And then after that, I'll give the floor to Office of Management and Budget to do a budget report. Then I'll come back to you to actually give us the actual numbers regarding your FY 2023 budget. So right now, just do a general overview of what's being presented. Thank you, Ms. Holmes.
Thank you, Chair and Budget Finance Committee. This afternoon, we are the Navajo Nation Department of Retirement Services, and we are asking for our fiscal year 2023 budget. We are under the Division of Human Resources, and out of respect, we did, for information only, Dr. Fowler did read our fiduciary funds for the retirement money to the Health, Education, Human Services Committee at their budget hearing yesterday. So with that said, we are here to present 3 budgets, and they are fiduciary funds. It is the retirement funds, are also our retirement services fund and our retirement committee funds that we'll be presenting. And these are fiduciary monies where we do ask OMB to kind of like earmark these monies. So these are monies for the pension to pay the retirees, and then also to do administrative, and then as our retirement plan administration committee, they are the oversight to oversee the plans. So that's my brief introduction. Thank you.
Thank you for the brief introduction, Akela, for that. So with this, let's move forward to the Office of Management and Budget.
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committees. This is Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB. I will be reading the OMB report for Division of Human Resource Retirement.
Have you taken the oath?
I have been taking oath all day. Yes, I made one for OOC earlier.
Okay. Yeah, you just need to do one. So Akela, thank you for being up to par on that. So you have the floor.
Okay. The second page has a table of contents. A, FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary. B, FY 2022 Third Quarter Budget Expenditure Report. C, FY 2022 Third Quarter Performance Assessment Report. D, FY 2022 Third Quarter Plan of Operations Status Report. E, FY 2022 Condition of Appropriation Legislative Concern Report. F, FY 22 External Fund Expenditure Report. G, FY 2022 Single Audit Report. Next page has A, FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary. The Navajo Nation Fund Type Budget Summary for DHR retirement funds that is listed by the business unit. There's 3 business units and program titles. I will be reading the last column, last row, the proposed general fund budget. 2 million, wait, hold on for a second. General fund budget FY 22 is 2,306,900. Fiduciary fund for FY 2023 is 70,760,600. Total is 73,767,500. I see discrepancy in this one, so I I'm gonna go on to the next one because the amount for this one, it doesn't seem to match what I have. But I'm gonna go on to B, FY22 third quarter budget status report. And this report, budget status report, is as of June 30, 2022. I will only be reading the fiduciary fund grand total on the bottom. Original budget is $73,233,325. Revised budget, $73 million.
Hold on, please. Can you please hold on? My I apologize for stopping you here, but after reading the legislation into the record, I forgot to ask for a motion to consider this legislation. So let's backtrack. Is there a motion to accept this resolution? Committee members, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Motion, is there a second? Is there a second? Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second?
Yeah, this is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Thank you. Motion by Delegate Jimmy O'Hare, second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. The reason why I was reminded of the motion and second was because after OMB stated that there's some discrepancies in the forms and the report and it's not matching, then immediately the thought of the committee how they might want to handle this came to my mind.
Okay.
So with that, we'll continue forward and continue with the OMB report. Go ahead.
Okay. Correction on A, FY 2023 fund type budget summary report. I do have the correct one, and I'm gonna be reading the grand total on the bottom. FY 2022 general fund budget, $66,611,900, and the fiduciary fund, $70,760,600. Total is $70,760,600. B, FY 2022 third quarter budget status report. I will be reading the budget status report as of June 30, 2022 on the last column, half of which has a 3 business unit fiduciary fund grand total, has $73,233,325. Revised budget, $73,363,501.60. Actual, $45,713,156.94. Encumbered, $321,057.69. Budget available, $27,329,286.97. Total percent expended is 62.75. The next report, MPS will be reading that. Good afternoon, committee members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And I take it you took the oath too, right?
Good afternoon, committee members. Rhonda Johnson here. Under tab C is your FY 2022 third quarter.
Johnson, have you taken the oath?
No, I have not.
Okay,
Sorry.
let's backtrack again then. Peggy?
Okay, thank you. Anyone else that's going to be speaking to the retirement fund legislation 0139-22, please state your name for the record.
Rhonda Johnson.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Thank you.
Under
Peggy,
tab C.
hold on, please. Peggy, thank you. And I guess I don't know if you're keeping a running tab of who's spoken, but anytime if you feel that somebody hasn't taken the oath yet, please interrupt, and then we'll go and have them complete the exercise. Ms. Johnson, go ahead.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Under tab C is your FY 2022 third quarter performance assessments report for the Division of Human Resources Retirement Services, Business Unit 714001. Third quarter is 3.00. Second quarter for the Business Unit 714002 is 2.80. Business Unit 714003 for the Retirement Plan Administration Committee is 2.60. The scoring is from 0 to 3, and you will note that all three of these business units are meeting their programs. Under tab D is your FY 2022 third quarter plans of operation status report for the three business units. All three of them have a plan of operation in place, and the last time it was amended was 2018. Under tab E is your condition of appropriation and legislative concern report. There is none. Tab F, external funds expenditure report. There is none. Tab C, single audit report. There is none. This concludes OMB's report.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the report from the Office of Management and Budget. So with that, Committee, Budget Finance Committee, are there any questions for Office of Management and Budget? Budget Finance Committee, are there any questions for Office of Management and Budget? Okay, with that, let's move forward.
Chairman, this is Delegate Yell here.
Delegate Yell here, you have the floor.
So I'm kind of total lost on this budget. I don't know where they read all the stuff right here, and I'm trying to look for my documents in my binder. And this is retirement funds. I don't know. Okay, even that thing, I have a 70. This is the budget. So it's I thought this shit. It just won't total what they were talking about. And also, what is their budget anyway? 2023 budget. Chairman, tell it.
Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. Again, you have the binder, right?
Oh.
Kashina, just right before the legislation, the presenter started their presentation. Nature email Natalia from Peggy, all the information, and that's what they were going off of. So do you have access to your email?
Yeah, I'm going through now.
Oh, it should be right. Immediately, within like the last 10 minutes.
Chair, Delegate Yellow Hair, it's all in one email that Andrea Holmes sent to me, and I send it all out as one document to you. So the OMB report is at the beginning, and then the budgets are thereafter.
No, they'll get you here.
I got it. I got it. Yeah, I got it. Oh, I wish they take care of these in the first place. That I think that last minute like this seems like they're not prepared to budget like this. Is very unprofessional like this, and then you look back and then No, this can't we got this name. Oh, that's like. Oh, I got this one here. I understand the original budget she said 73 million and 233,325. I heard it was. Well, I got it right here. I saw insert in Honda shortly. I'd like to request we'll make copies. The ones that were not inserted, so we can insert our budget, the one that were read and through the records. That should be a way to go that way. You got it, and we give it time to go ahead and just approve it. Oh, what that's silly. Oh, I have it. Thank you very much. It's silly. Yeah.
Delegate Jamil here. With that, I'll defer to the sponsor and to the agent to give us a report with the numbers of the 2023 budget. So, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Oh, yeah. Craigie, I do have the presentation in front of me. Other Craigie Chair, I'll give the time to my agents. Let me see, I'm looking at the OMB report and Craigie, I understand, would it be Miss Johnson just finished her presentation? Ado Miss Holmes? Ajishi, but now yeah.
Ms. Andre Holmes, time to present the budget to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you, sponsor Nathaniel Brown and Chair Henio and the Budget and Finance Committee. I'll have Sunny Aaron Begay read all three of the budget, 714001, 714002, and 714003, which will be the first and second page of each budget. So I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Sunny Begay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, fiscal year 2023 program budget summary. Business unit number 714001. Navajo Nation Retirement Fund, Human Resources Executive Branch. Part 2, Funding Sources, Fiduciary Funds, Fiscal Year 10/1/22, 9/30 to 9/30/23. Amount 69 million, percent of total 100%. In Part 3, Budget Summary, 7,000 Special Transactions, Fund Type Code 7, Column A, NNC Approved Original Budget 65 million, Column B, Proposed Budget 69 million, Column C, Difference 4 million. In Part 5, Positions and Vehicles, total number of positions budgeted, Column D 0, Column E 0, total number of vehicles budgeted, Column D 0, Column E 0. Okay, Program Performance Criteria, Fiscal Year 2023, Part 1, Program Information, Business Unit Number 714001, Navajo Nation Retirement Funds. Part 2, Plan of Operation, Resolution Number, Purpose of Program, Resolution Number BFS-36-18. Part 3, Program Performance Criteria. Number 1, Goal Statement, provide eligible employees with timely and financially secure retirement benefits. First quarter, goal 65. Second quarter, goal 65. Third quarter, goal 65. Fourth quarter, goal 65. Program performance measure, objective, number of new retirees per quarter. Number 2, goal statement, provide assistance in preparation of calculations to eligible employees. Program performance measure, objective, number of retirees receiving retirement benefits per quarter. First quarter goal, 4,800. Second quarter goal, 4,800. Third quarter, 4,800. Fourth quarter, 4,800. Number 3, goal statement, coordinate retirement benefit for Navajo Nation retirees with a monthly benefit. Program performance measure objective, provide the average monthly pension payment amount of 4,800 plus retirees per quarter. First quarter, $945. Second quarter goal, $945. Third quarter goal $945. Fourth quarter goal $945. Number 4, goal statement, review and evaluate contribution to retirement trust fund. Total amount of retiree benefit payments per quarter. First quarter goal, $13,700,000. Second quarter goal, $13,750,000. Third quarter goal, $13,800,000. Fourth quarter goal, $13,850,000. Number 5, goal statement, preparing and scanning of participant files. Provide prepared and scanned participant documents on a basis. First quarter goal 200, second quarter goal 200, third quarter goal 200, and fourth quarter goal 200. Next, fiscal year 2023 program budget summary. Business unit number 714002, Department of Retirement Services, Human Resources and Executive Branch. Part 2, funding source, fiduciary funds, fiscal year 10/1/2022 to 9/30/2023, amount $1,690,600 and 100%. Part 3, budget summary, object code 2001, personnel expenses, fund type code 7, column A, NNC approved original budget, 706,173, column B, proposed budget, 744,682, difference or total, 38,509. And object code 3000, travel expenses, fund type code 7, column A, 63,679, column B, 70,698, column C, $7,019. Object code 4000, supplies, fund type code 7, column A, $58,512, column B, $63,224, column C, $4,712, and object code 5000, lease and rental, fund type code 7, column A, $165,924, column B, $182,042, column C, $16,118, object code 5500, communications and utilities, fund type code 7, column A, $14,745, column B, $16,245, column C, $1,500. Object code 6000, repairs and maintenance, fund type code 7, column A, $21,321, column B, $36,577, column C, $15,256, and then object code 6500, contractual services, fund type code 7, column A, $408,000, column B, $468,000, column C, $60,000. Object code 7000, special transactions, fund type code 7. Column A, $103,546. Column B, $109,132. Column C, $5,586. The total for column A, NNC approved original budget, is $1,541,900. Total for column B, proposed budget, $1,690,600. Total for C, difference or total, is $148,700. Part 5, positions and vehicles. Part 4, I'm sorry, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions budgeted, column D, 11, column E, 11. Total number of vehicles budgeted, column D, 0, column E, 0. Fiscal year 2023 program performance criteria. Part 1, program information, business unit number 714002, Department of Retirement Services. Part 2, plan of operation, resolution number, purpose of program, resolution number BFS-3618. Part 3, program performance criteria. Number 1, goal statement, provide customer service and assistance to clientele on retirement benefits. Serve 800 clientele and customers on all retirement services per quarter. First quarter goal was 800. Second quarter goal, 800. Third quarter goal, 800. Fourth quarter goal, 800. Number 2, goal statement, provide outreach and awareness by presenting trainings and orientations on retirement benefits. Conduct orientations and presentations to the Navajo Nation government per quarter. First quarter goal 4, second quarter goal 4, third quarter goal 4, fourth quarter goal 4. Number 3, goal statement, update employee continuous service records on quarterly basis, research employment history, and record on the continuous service records per quarter. First quarter goal 125, second quarter goal 125, third quarter goal 125, fourth quarter goal 125. Number 4, goal statement, promote enrollment to employees to participate in the 401k savings plan to increase new 401k enrollments per quarter. First quarter goal 85, second quarter goal 85, third quarter goal 85, fourth quarter goal 85. Number 5, goal statement, maximize employees' elective deferral rate. Encourage employees to increase their contribution rate per quarter. First quarter goal 150, second quarter goal 150, third quarter goal 150, fourth quarter goal 150. Fiscal year 2023 program budget summary. Part 1, business unit number 714003, Retirement Plan Administration Committee. Human Resources, Executive Branch. Part 2, funding source, fiduciary funds. Fiscal year October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2023, in the amount of $70,000 at 100%. In Part 3, budget summary. Object code 3000, travel expenses, fund type code 7. Column A, NNC approved original budget, $40,168. Column B, proposed budget, $40,768. Column C, the difference, $600. Object code 4000, supplies, fund type code 7. Column A, 2,453. Column B, 2,353. Column C, negative 100. Object code 5000, lease and rental, fund type code 7. Column A, $4,311. Column B, $4,311. Column C, 0. Object code 7000, special transactions, fund type code 7, column A, $23,068, column B, $22,568, column C, negative 500. The total for column A, $70,000. Total for column B, $70,000. Column C, total 0. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions budgeted. Column D, 0. Column E, 0. Total number of vehicles budgeted. Column D, 0. Column E, 0. Thank you. I'm sorry. Fiscal year 2023 Program Performance Criteria. Part 1, Program Information Business Unit Number 714003, Retirement Plan Administration Committee. Part 2, Plan Resolution Number BFS-36-18. Part 3, Program Performance Criteria. Number 1, Goal Statement. Convene Retirement Plan Administration Committee monthly. Adhere to the duties and responsibilities of the retirement plan provisions. First quarter goal 3, second quarter goal 3, third quarter goal 3, fourth quarter goal 3. 2, goal statement. Provide updates and receive reports of retirement plans. To accept and improve receiving reports, actuarial, investment, valuation reports, etc. First quarter goal 1, second quarter goal 1, third quarter goal 1, fourth quarter goal 1. Number 3, goal statement. Provide research, accept recommendations, and or improve the retirement pension plans. To approve the defined benefit plan, 401k savings plan, and deferred comp plan amendments. First quarter goal 1, second quarter goal 1, third quarter goal 1, fourth quarter goal 1. Number 4, goal statement. Based on recommendations, any legislations will be drafted and presented to the committee. Number of legislations acted on behalf of the committee per quarter. First quarter goal 1, second quarter goal 1, third quarter goal 1, fourth quarter goal 1. Number 5, goal statements allow committee members to attend professional trainings per quarter to gain knowledge, skills, abilities in the retirement plan administration and investments. First quarter goal 1, second quarter goal 2, first quarter goal 2, second quarter goal 2, third quarter goal 2, and fourth quarter goal 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and committee. That reading is for all the 3 budgets for our program summary. Thank you.
Okay, Sheila, thank you for the reading of the 3 budgets. Ashanta, Delegate Nathaniel Run, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, Chair Henio, that will complete the presentation.
With that, moving back to the Budget and Finance Committee, any questions regarding this legislation? Budget and Finance Committee, any questions? Yeah, we could call for the question to accept this legislation. I'm not hearing any requests to speak, so therefore we'll call for the question. Ramona, roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote on legislation number 0139-22. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for the roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. This legislation 109-22 passes. So that back to the agenda. We are completed today's agenda. Tomorrow, we have 3 more legislation with Division of the Auditor General legislation going first, and Division of General Services and Office of Management and Budget. And so with that, and so with that, there is a recess. Committee members.
This is Delegate Brown. I'll motion to recess.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, motion to recess. Second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. So tomorrow morning, 8:30, we'll get started. With this, so Ramona, roll call vote to recess at 4:33 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, roll call vote on motion to recess. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Amber Kenneth Cardi. I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting. Chairman?
Would you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting to recess? We are officially in recess mode till tomorrow morning, 8:30. Thank you, everybody, for your participation today.
Chairman.
Oh.
So I'd like to request OMP to make a 0 copy for me on this budget retirement office. All 3 budgets for everyone. So I need those hard copies so I can put it in my binder.
For
double check the figures.
For retirement services?
Yeah, for a retirement plan, and the budget was, we just heard it. I want those budget.
Kushina, Ramona, are you able to do that since it was emailed to everybody?
See, I want to print out. I don't want to email.
No.
I can
Ramona,
print these.
hold on. Ramona, are you able to print out the email that was sent to us for Delegate Jamil here? Ramona, are you there?
Chair Henio, I think she's off the call, but
Okay.
we can get staff to do that, or you also have your LDA too, Mr. Yellowhair. But we can do that.
Yes, please do that for Delegate Yellowhair and put it in his box.
Will do. Thank you.
Delegate Yellowhair, you'll put it in your box.
Thank you very much, brother. Yeah, Chairman.
Have a good evening.
Okay, it would be good to have O and B, if they're still on, to share their screen again like they did for some of the presentations. I think that helps with the presentations. And then programs can also share the screen for their budgets too. That makes it easier to see for those that are just watching on their laptops as well. But thank you for everyone for your participation, and we'll look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you.